The message is clear. If anybody comes for me, I'll do my best to end their life, because nobody's coming for me without me putting up some sort of fight. I'm not a chump that's going to lie down to it. I was dangerous, and I was trouble, and I was going to be a concern for a lot more people than just her. Fit long pieces of steel that have been sharpened up in work sheds, brought up for work sheds, sharpened up, you know, absolute murder weapons. Kill you stone dead if they went into you. I don't think he took the warning, you know, and somebody went into the shop he was working in and just planted a ball peen hammer right through his temple. And a guy just went, boom. And I thought, you've killed him. You know, I don't even know how to describe it. You're talking about somebody lying on their back with their whole face beveled like that.
When they said that to you, though, that you're about to die, what are you thinking at that point?
I thought, man, good.
Good. You had enough.
It was... Sometimes I think I done a deal with the devil, man, and had to give my family up to survive.
I'm so excited that Gerry has come from Glasgow. Shout out to Chris, Tim Pale TV. It's like all the best stories are out of Glasgow these days, and we can't wait to be up there at the end of the month. 1st of April, actually, for the Francis gig. We're going to see everyone in Glasgow. So I watched Gerry on Tim Pale TV, and I was mesmerised by his story. He served over 3 decades in the prison system. His charges go to range to the most serious offence. But, you know, from listening to his story, to me, it was a self-defence thing that went too far, so within the law, but you can totally understand how this came about. And we are going to go over his life story slowly in the order it happened. But before we get to that, we're just going to go over a few of his prison stories just to give you a flavour of what's coming, and it's going to be tremendous. Honestly, I've been so excited about this one. I've been speaking to Gerry online for weeks, and we're trying to do it online. I was like, your story deserves you to come down here, and please come down here. And he's kindly come down, haven't you? Thanks, man.
Yeah, mate, thanks very much. Do you know, the pleasure's mine, to be honest with you, know, to meet you guys as well, do you know, and it's exciting for me. And again, do you know, thanks to Chris Mack at Tin Pale TV, do you know, he's my good pal, do you know, he's always been a good friend to us, you know, as well as the stuff he's doing around about YouTube, you know, and I'm proud of him, how he's done it. You know, and he begged me to come on, and obviously that's attracted the attention of yourself. And I mean, we talk about prison, and funnily enough, I don't want anybody to be put off, you know, because sometimes, especially being from Glasgow, we can tell stories, and it you know, especially myself, and I'm guilty of it, and when I tell a story or explain something that's took place, sometimes it doesn't look as if it has any real impact. And to be honest, that's kind of what prison done to me. It kind of dehumanised me to that point where things didn't have any impact. And we're talking about violence, you know, to start that off, you know, one thing in particular that comes to mind, and I think we discussed this, was when I was in Glen prison. You know, and I came out myself. I came out myself, and I was unwell at the time. And it's another good pal of mine. Do you know, whatever took place in the cell, I never ever got to find out. But whatever took place, it was minor. There was nothing major. There was no noise. There was no nothing. Do you know, and what I watched next was horrendous, because I watched an industrial can opener, and funnily enough, we used to laugh about this because this was a can opener that was going about the hall, and we were using it to open cans and stuff like that. Nowadays you don't get stuff like that, or you get pull open things or plastic. Back then there was tin, so there was tin openers. And how this thing came to be in a hall, I don't know, but it was an industrial type can opener. And when you watch that getting planted through somebody's skull a couple of times right in front of your eyes, you know, and I'm talking about as close to me and you know, you're talking about 1 or 2 feet away. And I looked at this guy and another boy that was involved, and he had this guy by the neck, you know, I actually just had him by the neck and was putting this thing into his skull, and the guy was just hanging. It was hanging actually like a rag in this other guy's grip, and you know, it must have been 2, 3 shots with this, you know, really, really, you know, really brutal stuff and life-changing stuff for the person that it happened to, and most positively life-changing stuff for the guy that done it, because he was already alive for the guy, so it would cost him a lot of extra time and a lot of issues within the prison system, and to watch that, and then the police getting involved. And we were laughing after it. I remember the police coming, you know, nobody wants to talk to the cops. And they actually tried to catch up with me at one point as I was already doing an agent's visit, and they thought they could thing me, and I denied I was there. And they've got this on video, you know, like as clear as this. That's you, standing right there where this happened. That's not me, mate. You've got the wrong guy. It only can be you're the only guy in this hall, blah, blah. It's not me, mate. You know, straight-faced. It's not me. You've got the wrong guy, you know, and to the point where, listen, you just get TF, right? You're just you know, this. And at some point, seeing things like this, you know, and another one that comes to mind, you know, I think it wasn't that many years ago before I was released, you know, I was watching a paint roller, and somebody had extended it. So for the shape it becomes like a coat hanger type of thing, they've extended it out. So what you now have is just a murder weapon now. And when you put a point in the end of something like that, it becomes absolutely deadly to anybody. And this was all a guy bullying another young boy, do you know? And the guy just wanting to marry it. And the boy that done it, he wasn't the type of boy that would come and do this stuff. He was a nice boy, he was quiet, he'd had enough. And as the boy came in the door of the prison, this guy just, you know, if I remember right, the guy was gave another 8 years or something for it. And this, you could imagine this thing extended. So you're talking maybe 1.5, 2 feet at this point. And I watched that actually disappearing into this guy's body, actually disappearing. And again, do you know, I'm sitting at a seat here and they're only feet away at the bottom of the stairs, you know, and I actually watched this thing going right into the Honnell. If the Honnell wouldn't have stopped, the whole thing would have went through the guy. And actually, I questioned myself and thought, did I actually see that? Did that happen like that? And the guy kept going up the stairs. Wasn't he till like up the stairs that he, do you know, and whatever had took place, it had touched something near his heart or whatever. It was absolutely deadly. And these are the things that take place in prisons that we watch every day, that staff watch in prisons every day as well. And I think that lends to the fact that they think sometimes we're animals because of the way we see things like that and the things that we do to each other as prisoners. No, prisoner on prisoner attacks, you know, and it's more so prisoner on prisoner attacks these days than what it is prisoner on staff attacks. The way it used to be. Prisoners want to kill each other for some reason, and I don't know why they want to do that. I don't, Sean, I don't understand why guys that are meant to be supporting each other, that are living in that situation, they get so het up that they want to kill each other. But I understand it totally.
I'm just going to emphasise to the viewers then, so one of the missions of our channel is the young people are under a false impression that prisons are all PlayStations and gourmet food and luxuries, and it's soft. And from what Gerry's just said, this is the reality. It's completely opposite of what the media portray. So we're trying to educate the young people with these stories and maybe even scare the living daylights out of some of them in the hope they won't get involved in drugs and crime. We're not trying to glamorize the violence here. We're trying to show the reality of what happens when you get sent down for a big sentence and you're living like this day after day after day, like Gerry did for 30 plus years.
People fall out. People have problems, people have arguments. You know, prisons are places where there's politics constantly between prisoners. If you get a prisoner that doesn't like you, suddenly you're homosexual, you know, or you're an informer, or you're this, or you're that, or you're a beast, or something comes out. So there's always another prisoner there's always a prisoner calling another prisoner something, you know. And we get ourselves wound up to that point that I don't know why people want to do that, but when they get wound up to a point and their frustration's so bad and they can't lash out, you know, their mind's there, but you know, your head can do a job on you in prisons. And when you can't get access to maybe somebody, it comes out verbally. And when it comes out verbally, do you know, some of it is actually pure venom. There's nothing, you know, there's nothing justifiable about it. There's nothing correct about it. Sometimes it's absolutely based on nothing apart from somebody else's thoughts or the need to blacken somebody else's character because of how they feel themselves. And that's where prisons take you. Do you know, I've sat with PlayStations. I've sat with all the best. I'm well looked after in prison. And I was also up to no good in every prison mostly I've been in, which I've served prison sentences for on top of time that I've been doing, and got myself involved in drug dealing and this and that, and was put under surveillance and back at the High Court and all this type of stuff, thinking that would enhance the way that I felt and the way that I lived. It didn't, because when you lock that door at night, you're still on your own. When you lock that door at night, you know, a PlayStation doesn't take your heart away. Do you know, a TV doesn't take your heart away. Music doesn't take your heart away. If anything, things like music and that bring your heart back. And it's funny, because when you're living with heart like that, you know, and you're worrying every single day, you know, and it might be a case of your family are getting older, you know, think people are moving on, or you've got a partner that's out there and you're worried about them and that. The stress levels become phenomenal, right? Me, I'm good at hiding it. Everybody thought Gerry's a big, he's a laugh. Big Gerry's a laugh, man. No, I mean, nothing phases Big Gerry. Big Gerry ran on fear most of the time. And a lot of the fear that I ran on created the behaviours that took place there. And a lot of the fear that I ran on created situations that I tried to deal with before I thought people would deal with me. I'm dead fortunate, Sean, that I've came out of prison alive, never mind anything else, because not just the stuff that I've involved myself with, and my hands are up to that. I'm guilty of that. You know, nobody ever pressured me into doing anything in prison. No, nobody ever told me that this is what to do. This is how you do it. You know, come on, we'll get involved in this. Nobody done that to me. I done that to myself. And then in between being ill and stuff like that taking place, do you know, I'm dead fortunate today. Do you know, even be sitting with you to talk with you, you know, and my gratitude's endless for that, you know, and it's tough, I know. I mean, it's tough, I know. It's hard. Do you know, I've lost the biggest part of my family in prisons, and do you know, when you look back, you think that, do you know, I look back and I think, do you know, what sort of situation would I put myself in on the outside to end up that becoming my life, and then having to come back out to nobody. Do you know, the people that you love most, the people that you want to be around about most, the people that you said you would get better for. And that was my situation. Do you know, I'm going to get better. I was always getting better, but every day. And the next day never came. Do you know, and it's only just been, you know, in the last, do you know, maybe 18 months, something like that, I've started to kind of look at myself, look at the situations I put myself in, try not to get myself into any situation, put a wee bit of work in, run about my own behaviour and run about my conduct in regards to outside, as in, because there's a lot of things that have took place that I still have to say sorry for, in prisons and out.
And we're going to get to all that. let's just go back, because there's a couple more prison stories, and then we're going to go over your life story. So something happened with macaroni.
Yeah, well, I mean, that tells you how, this shows you how petty things can take place, you know. And I remember in Kilmarnock prison, Kilmarnock hadn't long opened, and it was the first private prison opened in Scotland, and it was a shambles, an absolute shambles. Whoever decided that this was a good idea, do you know, to try this experiment, right, and he put a private prison in Scotland, I'll never ever agree with him. It was the deadliest prison that I've ever been in regards to weapons, in regards to stuff like that. I'm talking about there's guys going about with fit long pieces of steel that have been sharpened up in work sheds, brought up for work sheds, sharpened up, you know, absolute murder weapons. Kill you stone dead if they went into you. And I seen a couple of these things happening. No, I seen a guy coming in doing laundry and getting into a skip with somebody, you know, and then stuck at the door, you know, with towels wrapped around him, trying to stop the blood from coming out of him. You know, it's pumping out him all over the place. And the staff don't want to open the doors. They were terrified down there. Terrified. They didn't want to come in, you know. In an argument or a bowl of macaroni. A bowl of macaroni. And I watched a guy putting a pen through a prison officer's neck, or a bowl of macaroni. Whether it was too much or whether it was too little wasn't the point. The point was he wasn't happy with his macaroni, and this guy copped it on the receiving end of it. And Kilmarnock, when Kilmarnock opened, that was a prisoners, Nick. The prisoners ran Kilmarnock. The staff had no say. Prisoners were staying open, and just there was prisoners getting into other people's beds in cells at night and hiding, putting dummies in beds and being counted in so that they could stay in and use drugs during the night. This is meant to be a high security prison with guys that are doing big sentences in it, right? That could never happen in the SPS, in the Scottish Prison Service. Kilmarnock, different thing. I can tell you a couple of things. Funny and so serious in Kilmarnock, that took place with myself in particular. You know, in regards to, you know, we spoke about dentists, you know, stuff like that in healthcare, you know, sedating a guy. You would never think a prisoner could sedate a guy, right? I nearly killed a guy, and the dentist sedated him for the dentist, you know, and people might hear this story, and people have actually stopped me and went, Gerry, I'm going to ask you something, going to tell us the truth. Did that actually happen? They're stunned to think that, right? That a dentist who's working in a prison, and I'm painting outside, and him and the prisoner is supposed to be getting sedated, are having an argument about how they can get a line into him to get blood into him so he can be sedated. The dentist introduces me into the fold. He's shouting, he's well getting it, pass man, blah, blah, blah. And he just turns round as if it was natural. Could you give a horn here? Hey, man, I'm not a dentist. Do you know, I might be known for dishing a bit of pain out or whatever. I've done a bit of that in my time. I've took a bit of pain in my time, but I ain't a dentist. I ain't a doctor. I know nothing about these things. But being me and being the way I was, I thought it was natural to help. And I went and actually helped put a line into this guy so that we could get blood into a cannula. And then took the syringe out the dentist's horn. And anybody wants to Google this or look this up, you know, it's all the papers. And I attached the syringe to the end of the line. And I'll tell you the truth, actually, just so as you know, the guy owed me money, this guy. And I wasn't keen on him, to be honest with you, in the first place. And I wasn't really that bothered about what was going on. So I just, you okay, mate? Aye, you okay? Keep pushing it. Bang, whole lots in him. What nobody stopped to tell me is, by the way, Gerry, there's 6 doses in this syringe of a drug called midazolam. And he's meant to get it titrated 5 doses at a time or a 6-dose period while he's getting the treatment. Right, so I gave him a lot at the one time, whole lot, right? The guy's now gone blue in the chair, right? I identifies the issue by the noise he made when I asked him if he was okay. I was kind of behind him at the side of him doing this. I went, you okay, mate? I went, wait a minute, that doesn't sound right. So as I look at him, I think you've overdosed him. The dentist, he's saying to me, maybe you've killed him. I went, maybe I've killed him. I went, hold on now. So I runs away round the back of this in the healthcare in Kilmarnock where there's nurses and there's screws and there's everything. Runs by them all, gets a load of towels, dips them in the bath with freezing water, he bring back, you try and get this guy together, right? And I'm laughing, it wasn't funny, Joe, but it's the thought here. And when I comes back, the dentist ripped his teeth out. I went, what's going on? He went, oh, he's down here for treatment. I went, you've tore his teeth out and he's overdosing. Right, what are we doing here? But we're just going to, but do you know what? I'll tell you what we'll do. Now that we've overdosed him and possibly killed him, what we'll do is we'll desecrate him as well by ripping his teeth out after he's pan breed. Is that what we're doing here? Gerry, I think. And I managed to get him together, right? And I've managed to get him on his feet. He's meant to go and sit round the corner in the wards for 4 hours to straighten up. He's not having it. I'm going to the hall. He's full of bravado, full of downers. I'm going to the hall. I'll kick off. So we got rid of him, basically, so that it didn't come on top. That was the only reason he got back to the hall, so that it didn't come on top for us all. We've let him out. He's got back to the hall. He walks into the hall and starts in there. I want coffee. I better get a phone call. I'm not getting locked up. Blah, blah, blah. And they allows him to go on the phone. He goes on the phone, speaks to his sister, tells his sister what happens after she inquires about what's going on there. He tells her. And about a week later, I'm walking up the main route coming into the hall, and I've got a container of paint with 2 bottles of vodka in it, right, that a nurse had kindly provided me with. And they're in the emulsion, and security are waiting on me. Security team are waiting on me, and it's the gaffers for the security team. Come here now, Gerry. I thought, I'm done. Lost the vodka. They know. That's what I thought. Aye, come in there. And I've tippled, it's not about it. What happened in there last Saturday? What are you talking about? What happened in the dentist last Saturday? Don't know what you're talking about. Well, we know what you're talking about. This is a possible blah, blah. I says, well, do you know what? Really? I says, the only person that I can't refuse an order of is another prisoner. I says, it doesn't matter if it's a civilian worker in the prison, if it's, do you know, the head of ops, if it's a governor, or if it's a screw on the hall. Me refusing an order means that I can be punished, right? I didn't want punished, so I just done what the dentist told me. They went, you're using your rules against us. I went, think you're right, blah, blah, blah. You think you're like this and that and the next thing. I went, I don't think anything. Well, do you know what? Here's one for you. You're in the paper on Sunday, right? I went, me? Oh, you. Do you know, better like your farm. They slaughtered us in the Sunday papers, right? They slaughtered us. They called me everything. Sorry, did no. And my ma had to witness that. And the words that my ma used on me, my ma wasn't the one that you wanted to mess about with. She went, you know, I can remember at one point saying, just as well I've not got, you're like your dad, right? She started ripping into my dad. You got to blame for everything, right? Start ripping into him, she ripped into me, you know. But it became that prison actually, it was nearly, their contract was nearly brought to a halt because of that one incident. That's how kind of dangerous that place was. So you can imagine if that's happening in healthcare, and I'm working down there, and as I say, prison politics are bad. So you were getting, and nurses were doing wee extra things for me and that at meds times and this and that, had a couple of wee angles going, do you know, and then you've got other prisoners. Oh, he's doing this way. Do you know, I actually got the head of healthcare, do you know, who was back then was, no, she could have been aging my man. She actually took me outside and went, do you know there's rumours about that we're having an affair? I was like, what? Do you know, I'd try and pick somebody better than you, that's what I'm thinking. Do you know, but I thought, that's prisoners for you. Getting jealous, he's getting something that we're not getting, blah, blah. So it caused a big scene, you know, and it caused me untold grief, that. Caused the dentist untold grief. Seemingly this dentist is still doing stupid things these days, actually reinstated these or whatever, I don't know, but that was the stuff that went on down there, do you know. And when I worked in healthcare, they had a policy. Back then, the wages in Kilmarnock were different from what they were in the other prisons, the Scottish prisons. And there was some prisoners coming out with 60, 70, 80, 90 pound a week, right? Because that's the way they were trying to do it. And there was a blood spill policy in healthcare, right? That every time there was a blood spillage, if I had to clean it up, you could get a chip for an extra £5 or an extra £10. I've got guys coming in with like, I remember one guy coming in, you know, and somebody had attacked him with a coffee cup. And his whole cheek just hanging off, you know. And I'm like, mate, drop the blood, get the blood in the flare. I'll get a bonus for that. I'm thinking about a £10 bonus. That's poor cat's got his face rearranged with and that's what they were allowing. Oh, you can bring your own cutlery in. You can get your own plates, ceramic stuff, ceramic cups, ceramic plates, whatever, you know. And my pal, there was a case of my pal actually, and that was kind of accidental. It was a case of my pal. He actually slammed his plate or an argument. I think if it was about dinner or arguing with somebody that was serving food, and slammed his plate. And when he slammed his plate, it broke, and a shard of the plate went right into a boy's neck. I think it was a boy that was serving, if I recall right, and nicked his artery.
No. Just from smashing it?
Just for hitting a plate off
just
the thing.
Like that?
Do you know, and you would never see that. Do you know, you've got plastic, everything's plastic. No, down there it was another level of stupidity.
What happened when it went in the artery?
He's just started spouting, obviously. Do you know? And what's happened is that at first nobody even kind of realised what had happened until the guy kind of made a move and the blood started. And when the artery goes, I know what happens when an artery goes because, you know, I was found guilty of cutting somebody's carotid artery in half. And when an artery goes, even a nick, it's no good. Do you know? And it was just, they could have saved these things happening by stopping things like that, especially with a prison that was full. The hall I was in was an absolute jungle, so it was, and full of great guys, do you know, but we all had our issues, you know, drugs, this, that, and not just stuff that we provided, stuff that they helped provide as well, do you know, we'll give his detoxes, we'll give that, overloading us with shit to keep us quiet. We'll give you, Dr. Blue Valium, this, that, next thing. See, when you give a prisoner downers, there's trouble every time. See, when you give a prisoner drink, there's trouble every time. They're the two things that will cause murders in any hall that I've ever been in, right? When a load of drink or there's a load of downers kicking about, right? More so than anything else I've seen.
White and brown.
Bang, it's gone. Downers. Next thing, everybody's kicking off. It's
Gerry, there's a couple more prison stories before we go over to your life story. So something happened with a hammer.
Yeah, I watched a guy in, actually, this was in Dumfries prison. Actually, when I was only young at this time. I was maybe 17 or 18 at this time, and it was the first time I'd been sentenced to a long time in prison. And I was in Dumfries. And Dumfries YOs back then, that was a tough YO to go to. You were sent down there as a long termer, and it was pretty violent. The cons were pretty, it was pretty intense all round. And a fight in the joiners. No, making daft, what do you call it? Park benches. All day, churning out park benches. Whatever takes place between these two guys, I don't know. We're all sitting on we've made benches that we're sitting on, and we're all sitting, tea time, whatever, and this guy decides to hit this other guy all the head with a bench leg, do you know, which is pretty bad enough. Bang, he hits him. What he doesn't know is that the boy he's hitting his pals standing all there at a tea urn, and he's got a full row right at the office and outside the office, an array of tools, from screwdrivers to chisels to hammers, and he's got a claw hammer, and he's embedded it right into this guy's skull, right? And I remember the guy hitting a pallet of wood That's what I remembered about it more than anything. I remember the way the guy staggered. He tried to stay on his feet, and he kind of staggered to the side and to the side, and he just keeled onto a pallet. And funnily enough, it was a pallet of already done bench legs that he fell on. And the whole place was shut down. CID were involved. You know, you're talking about crime scene material, no just... And there are a lot of things that are hidden in prison, Sean, that people don't see. There's a lot of stuff like that goes on in prisons, and cops are not so much now, I think, back then. And they were put down as, if they could deal with it, don't say anything, right? But you knew back then, when they'd shut a hall down, and there's no movement in this hall whatsoever, while all other halls are going on, and the cops are interviewing every single person, right, in that hall that's in that work party or whatever, which was probably the biggest percentages, you know, it's pretty bad. And we're talking about chisels, actually, and something just came to mind when we're talking about chisels, you know, and I think both these boys are dead now, actually, so I can kind of talk about it. Two pals, young boys drinking, and one pal slashes other pal with a Stanley knife. You're talking about in the 80s, right, whatever, early 80s even. And it was really bad. Do you know, it's like from here to here type of thing, right? Do you know, it is bad. Do you know, it's pretty. But it's meant to be mended. It's meant to be, right? When it came to guys in the Gorbals. This other guy had moved away from the Gorbals, so he's now in another area of Glasgow living. So the politics now are, you live here, you're one of us, you're no fair the Gorbals. Are you letting him walk about in here after he's done that to you 150 years ago? Right? Suddenly the guy wants to do something. These guys that have talked since then and whatever and kind of put this to bed as something that's really stupid, really bad that happened, his pals. And he says to the guy, do you know, I've got a bit of smoke, blah, 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 you want to come along and get it and that and whatever. And that's all you kind of found, prisons, they do stuff like that. Yeah, aye, I'll come along and get it, do you know. And the guy goes along and he puts his horn out, and the other guy does that, he puts his horn out to get it, hangman, and he puts a chisel through him. Oh. And this is on a landing in Berlin prison. So it is. He puts a chisel on him. And what he doesn't know is he puts a chisel into the guy's heart, right? Oh. And the guy, he walks away. I don't know what he does with the weapon, whatever. I don't know. I don't know the details of that. What I do know is that he walked off, holding his chest, and says to the screw, I've been stabbed. And the screw went, aye, geez, a minute. He went, boss, I've been stabbed. He went, aye, well, you'll need to wait to know, thinking the guy's on his feet, blah, blah, blah. And the guys went and took his horn away for his jersey. I mean, he's took a horn away for his jersey. It's just erupted everywhere. Bang. And if it wasn't for the fact he had a doctor being in the prison at that time that knew what he was doing, right, basically giving him life-saving treatment where he lay on a landing, that guy would have been dead. That guy spent the full time, his sentence in hospital, never came back to prison, had to learn to talk again, had to learn to read again, had to learn to walk again, right, had to learn to be a human being again. When he walked back up, he didn't have any of these things going on, right? The injury was that horrific, right? The guy was never the same again. He was never the same again, the guy, do you know, and I was quite friendly with the guy, do you know, and it was sad. So it was.
So, Gerry, there was a guy who got it in the liver.
Yeah, this was a prison staff, actually, and it's more often if you see somebody, Sean, if you see somebody in prison, if it's like a prisoner-owned staff assault that you see in prison, what you see is that you see maybe a member of the staff on the hall. Do you know, they're no Kilmarnock prison again, right? Once again, Kilmarnock prison, right? Two different ones, in fact. Now we're talking about this, right? Two different. It's the first time I've ever seen a governor a prison, an actual boss of the prison, right? You're talking about governor number one. He's a gaffer all round into a prison.
Hey, do you know what that sound means? Ooh, that's something I've been hearing a lot lately. I can't help but love that. That's what I hear when I make another sale on Shopify, the all-in-one commerce platform to start, run, and grow your business. Shopify is the commerce platform revolutionizing millions of businesses worldwide. The Pokemon business I've recently started with someone is absolutely thriving thanks to Shopify. Shopify accepts all kinds of payments, and sometimes it's complex when you get on a platform, but their dashboard makes it completely simple. Covering all your sales channels from a shopfront-ready POS system to its all-in-one e-commerce platform, Shopify even gets you selling across social media marketplaces like Facebook, Insta, TikTok, and YouTube. Full of the industry-leading tools ready to ignite your growth, Shopify gives you complete control over your business and your brand without learning new skills in design or coding. And thanks to award-winning help and with an extensive business course library, Shopify is ready to support your success every step of the way. So when it comes to dealing with people all over the world, Shopify is absolutely enabling us to smash it with our Pokemon business. Before Shopify, our Pokemon card business was in the dark ages. It's time to get serious about selling and get Shopify today. This is Possibility, powered by Shopify. Sign up for a £1 per month trial period at shopify.co.uk/Sean, SHAUN, all lowercase. Go to shopify.co.uk/Sean, SHAUN to take your business to the next level today. Shopify.co.uk/Sean. Link in description box below this video on YouTube. Thanks for watching. Back to the podcast.
And two guys with steel toe cap boots on, getting a hodium in the hall. Now, if a staff get attacked in an SBS, I say there would be 1,000 of them in 2 minutes, 2 seconds, and an alarm would go. They didn't want to come and help this guy. This governor got kicked up and down, and I'm talking about these two guys. I know these two guys, they're still probably they're probably out now, but they weren't the weester guys. They were hitting the gym every day, these type of punters, right? At the gym every day, big solid dudes, well, you're bad. No. And then when you're laced up with steel toe caps, what they're dishing out as well to people, right? It's like, carry on. And this guy got kicked senseless, right? No weapons as in like knives not involved, just feet, punches, that's that. And the guy that brings him round the hall when he comes to check the halls, the manager, run away and left him. And locked his cell out the hall and left this guy in. And it lends to the story where we're talking about the guy. Again, a guy, they called him Oscar Wan. And basically Oscar Wan in prison, that's their code sign. And they're the head ops on the day of the prison. So they're basically the gaffer that day. Do you know what's going on? Whatever. And I think what happens is between them all, they take a shot each or whatever. And this guy, this day comes in. And he walks in, Kilmarnock had electronic sliding doors, like big bulletproof things. Now they've got big gates, not fitted or they're like really, really, really solidified now. But back then, it was only them. They called them the sliders. And he came in the slider. So when he comes in, the slider automatically shuts behind him. So it's pneumatic. They've got to let it open, and it's like, right. Once he's in, if you're grabbed, you're hit. It's as simple as that. And me and another guy are walking around, and this wee guy's notorious, still in prisons. And actually, I think the wee guy, he's a lost cause, this wee guy, and it's a shame, and I don't think he's ever going to get it. I think that he's lost hope, and it's a shame, and we aren't the best of pals or anything like that, but I do feel for him. And as I say, he the ops comes in, and he comes in and she's like, all right, boys, what's happening, blah, 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 staff, make sure that's done and this and that, and throwing her weight about a bit and whatever. And walks in the door, how you doing, Gerry? I'm okay, aye. What about you? How you doing? I'm okay, bang. And just plants a knife right through his liver. Nay talk, nay, I'm not feeling good today. Nay, no, I'm no okay, right? Aye, I'm brand new. Here, this is for you. Right, and just keeps walking. And I've like, where do I go with this? He's standing there, doesn't he know what's happened? And he's in trouble. You can see it in people's faces when they're in trouble, Sean, like that. And I know it. And I went, he's bang in trouble. And they'll not let him out. He can't get out. He's in prison slider. They won't open because they're that scared in case. And that's the way that was down there. Do you know? Staff assaults, prisoner assaults. Unfortunately, I'm not saying it's fortunate for staff to be getting assaulted, do you know, but what I did used to say to people was, we're killing each other here. We're assaulting each other when they're the enemy. They're our enemy. We're not each other's enemies. Somehow, we want to kill each other. We don't want to kill the enemy. Do you know, we want to kill people that are meant to be our comrades, that are meant to be solid with, that are meant to be backing each other up. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen.
It's sad, isn't it? It's like divide and conquer. All right, we're going to go back then to your life story, and just take as long as you want answering these questions. Don't cut any long stories short. And so, how did your parents meet? Do you know?
I think, if I remember right, actually, my parents met. Obviously a way back, do you know, and my brother and sister, who were actually my mother's first two kids, and I don't know the exact story. What I do know is that I think this guy was a bit of whatever, do you know, and I think my dad just put him out the picture. To be honest with you, that's what I kind of think happened. Do you know, it might have got played down a wee bit like that, but I think he left my ma basically, and, do you know, on her Todd kind of thing, and was away, whatever. And my dad came along, and my dad stepped in, and he went, listen, this is my fault, I was born, whatever, do you know, and we were all treated exactly the same. There was never any thought or talk of them being his stepkids, or them being, do you know, anything other than they were his, and he looked after them exactly the same way I got looked after. I got favouritised a wee bit with my man and with other members of the family, because I was the wayne of the family. So I was always good for, do you know, working my ticket a wee bit, do you know, and that was fine. My brother and that, my sister wasn't so good with it. My brother, he was that laid back. He was cool about anything. He's like, no, he was just chill, just a chill big guy, do you know, even into manhood. My sister, no, she was a bit narky. She was like, I was under the cosh with her sometimes, you know, but it was nothing heavy. It was what I would have said at the time was, you know, but it wasn't really like that, you know. And my man and dad, you know, and they were a good team. No, there wasn't any issues. They had their fights and their fallouts and all the rest of it and that. But my dad couldn't help being round about women. He always had issues with women, to the point where, you know, I actually think at some point in time my ma would actually put her horn out to some of these women that he had done the dirty on, or whatever, while he was doing the dirty on her, and kind of went like, what you thinking about? Do you know, this is what he's kind of, do you know, and my dad was like that, do you know, he was just a wanderer. No, you let him go, he would end up. And then when you've got a young kid, a young boy with you, he's got the in. I'm taking him out today. I can remember being some crazy people's houses, like mad women and that, and going like, who are these women? And they're like hunters of wains, and going, who are these punters? To myself, do you know, there is birds, there is girlfriends, do you know, and he's putting that about a bit and whatever. And then obviously I'm getting trained not to grass them, you know. I'm getting trained not to, do you know, not to drop a minute at this point. So they kind of met like that, and as I grew up, kind of getting a wee bit older, do you know, my dad was partnered in with another couple of guys, and they were partnered in with, and it was sex shops. And see, thinking back, these places were, I was talking to Chris Tinpale about this, actually. We were talking about this, we were laughing, and I remember that. I think if I remember right, there was 7 shops, and back then were called private shops because they weren't legal. So it's like a black toot window, it said private shop. And some of the characters that came into these shops were shady characters, no, and like, you know, trying it on with the workers and all that and whatever. And the one in Edinburgh, that was kind of like the main kind of one at that time, actually. And one of the partners actually went on to get involved in the Sunday sport, and that ended up becoming his kind of thing. So he's a well-known guy to this day. You know, this guy's got football clubs and stuff like that, and you know, he became really and there was 3 of them, I think, but as I say, it's you went into the shop and there was a rubber tit on the wall and you pressed the nipple and a bell rang. And see, when I think back how seedy that is and how kind of, right, it's just, you know, in your head it creates a picture where you go like at yourself, who would even think of doing that and having that as a doorbell, do you know? And then these punters would come in, ding dong, and I was going down cellars and wrapping packs of, do you know, and they were meant, and it was a pure con, it was a pure blag, because they were going, do you want a pack of, do you know, Swedish triple X hardcore porn, blah, 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 and it's like 4 magazines, say, for 50 quid, right? And what they were doing was they were putting a front and a back of a hardcore magazine and then shrink wrapping like an Escort and a Mayfair and a thingy in the middle, and psh, there you go. These characters came back and they were going, beat it, you'll get your legs broke. No, there's no returns here, do you know? In fact, these aren't even legal. So you shouldn't have been here at this point. No, so what is it you're going to do? You lost your money. And that's the way they were. They were, do you know, and they're the kind of places I was kicking about as I went. No, as a young boy.
How old?
You're talking at that point, what we're talking about, early 80s, round about something like that. And I mean, we came for the Gorbals, which wasn't an affluent area, and it's not a place where, you know, it's a pretty rough area and a pretty bad reputation in that, do you know?
So on the way to the restaurant today, you started giving us the history of the Gorbals, which I was fascinated by, because we've had so many podcast guests on from that neighbourhood. Could you just let the viewers hear that, please?
I mean, how the kind of Gorbals was established was, as I say, the Gorbals originally had a big Jewish community, and there was also an Irish community, and I think they kind of became, you know, like, they either mixed or they probably kept apart at first, but eventually it became more, there was more Jews and more Irish in the Gorbals than anything, do you know? And what ended up happening was that the Jewish people ended up moving out into the kind of more affluent areas and up into the south side and whatever. To this day, and it's still like that, do you know? But if you read back some of the history that went on, do you know, a lot of these Jewish people actually ended up in the Gorbals, because what happened was is that they were getting on boats, do you know, wherever it was that they were, do you know, they were situated at that point in time. They were getting on boats and they thought they were going to the New World in America, right? So they think, we're going to the United States and we're going to restart and we're going to do this and we're going to do that and this is a place to be. Do you know, what is it they say? Do you know, you can make it in America, do you know, it's like that was your golden ticket if you go there. And that's what a lot of these people thought, do you know. Unfortunately for them, the captains of these boats that they were going on to were pure swindlers. So what they were doing was that they were putting them off in the Clyde. Some of them near Govan, a lot of them near the old Gorbals and that, do you know, putting them off at the Clyde and telling them that, your golden ticket's here. This is a place to be. You know, this is where you make it big. They're dropping these poor punters off. They'd have been as well shooting them in the head and the way off the boat, right? They're coming off a boat thinking, do you know, and they've been absolutely swindled. And they've probably paid a lot of money into the bargain, do you know, to get there. Money that they probably didn't have. Money that they've probably saved up for many years or whatever, or their families and left people behind. And they've ended up, you know, in the Gorbals. razor gangs, this, that, multiple slashings every day of the week, you know, everything. And back then, that's kind of what it was. No, that's like what the Gorbals was known for, like razor gangs and stuff like that.
So you were born in the Gorbals?
I was actually born in Paisley, believe it or not. No, so, and I've had some people, you know, going like that, and I'm a Gorbals guy through and through. You know, there's you know, I bleed Gorbals blood, you know. But I've had punters going like me, you don't even come from Glasgow, blah blah blah. the hospital I was born in was Paisley, you know. But we did live in Glasgow, you know. But technically, you know, I was born in Paisley. And we lived in a place when I was born. I think we lived in Oatlands when I was born, which is a place joined onto the Gorbals. It's like a step between the two. They just got different names, but they're basically the same place, Oatlands and the Gorbals. And I think we lived in Oatlands to start off with, and then we moved to Govanhill, which again is just like a step between the Gorbals and Govanhill again. You know, it's like you could. They're basically no different.
What's your earliest memories?
My earliest memory is seeing a flitting of rats. Is one of my earliest memories. Is seeing a flitting of rats in the Govanhill back courts, and it looked like a carpet moving. And I don't know. I've never ever seen anything like this again. Do you know, I've heard the other people mentioning it. I don't think it's been seen a lot. Back then, obviously, the back courts were bad. And I remember seeing these rats moving, and it actually looked like a carpet, like a fur carpet, just going like that. And I can remember exactly where I was outside their house in Govanhill on the landing at the window, looking down into the back courts and thinking, what is that? I just knew it was rats. But what happens is that when they're bringing tenements down and ripping buildings down that are full to the brim with vermin, they need to go somewhere. They can't stay and get. And I don't know if they're all related or what takes place, but they seem to move at the one time. And I don't know where they were moving to or where they were heading to, but I can remember seeing that. And then I can remember my ma being up on the fridge with a rat being in the house, screaming the place down. It's absolutely terrified of rats or a mouse or a rat, whatever it was, do you know, and my dad kind of laughing, no, as if, come on, do you know, and I'm kind of like, you know, and funnily enough, that's two kind of things with rats, you know, and another memory's putting that scar on my finger there, putting my finger into a milk bottle and deciding to smash it while it was on my finger. Don't ask me what I was thinking. I should have told everybody everything they need to know about my future. At that point, they should have went, no, what? See him? Right, here, tag him and label him now, right? Because nobody puts their finger into a heat bottle of milk and then goes like that and smashes it and left a big chunk in half my. Do you know? I remember doing that.
How old do you reckon you was?
I must have been, what, 3, 4, 5, maybe around about. In fact, it was in Govanhill, so I wasn't even 5 because I went in nursery in the Gorbals. So I must have been about 3 or 4. No, and I don't know where I got the thought to do this way. You know, I remember that. And the other kind of things I remember about, it's more kind of good things I remembered about then and whatever, you know, as the flats were built in the Gorbals, we moved in there, and they were kind of like brand new flats, so we moved in there, and things kind of went a wee bit different.
How old?
Maybe 5 now, maybe something like that, maybe 5, maybe starting going to primary school, coming out of nursery, going to primary school, and things started to get a wee bit, I don't know, I remember 2 people, do you know, they took a had a gold chain, and they basically mugged me, and I'm that age, and it was at the back of the bingo, and they threw me down a set of stairs. And you're talking about a set of stairs, like the bingo went up to like the second level. Obviously, it's got 2 levels in a bingo, something similar to the picture houses at the 2 levels, or the theatres. And so the back stairs for the top right to the bottom, and tossed me down these things, do you know, and actually, do you know what, Sean? Tell a lie, I wasn't at school then. No, how I remember, because they had to put makeup on my face at the nursery to get photos took. So they did, to cover to cover my eyes. I had 2 black eyes, and I was, you know, just a couple of wrongings, no, that I've decided to rob a Wayne, basically, whoever they were and whatever. And see, when that happened, things kind of darkened down for me. And I started to think, this place is different. This place isn't like the happy place that I came from.
The place you came from, did you have happy memories with your siblings? How many siblings did you have?
I had 2. I had a brother and sister, do you know, and I can't think of any time where there was any issues that made me think that they made me unhappy or uneasy or whatever. Do you know, there was a daft thing, my finger and all that, but they were like my own things. But there was no issues like that. And there was certainly no issues with people running about. Like they were more, it must have been more neighbourly and more, do you know, whatever. And the Gorbals wasn't such like that. The Gorbals kind of opened my eyes to a lot of stuff, sharp.
Did it? So did something else happen after the incident with the stairs?
I mean, when I can, do you know, one of the other incidents, a couple of years later, no so long later, do you know, by this time I was at school, and I can remember throwing a stone at a guy and it hit him in the eye by accident. It was an accident, I didn't mean to do it, it hit him in the eye, do you know, and the guy was like, do you know, the guy had got a bad injury in that and whatever, and it wasn't, do you know, and I was kind of thinking, well, what's going on here? And that's when I kind of started to see that people could get hurted through things that you were doing. And as I say, I'm maybe 5, maybe 6, 7 at this point, still in primary school. And I always remember coming back for the one of the things, one of the most kind of, one of the factors that opened my eyes really about what went on at that part of the Gorbals back then was my sister's pal. And we came back for the picture. The picture house was just across the road. It was called the Coliseum. It was just across. It was a school basically in a spare ground in between the flats and the picture house. And it's now the O2 or something in the Gorbals. That's what it is now, this place. It used to be a picture house called the Coliseum. And I remember them bringing me back. And if I remember right, it must have been about 1970. Must have been about 1978, maybe. So you're talking, I'm only 6, 7, maybe. And coming back towards the flats across the spare ground and seeing a big, massive porta cabin with obviously with cop emblems on it at the bottom of the flats and wondering where it was. And on the one flat, we stayed in number 2 here. And on the other flat, one of my sister's best pals stayed there, straight across. And if I'm getting the story right, I might not be 100%, but if I remember, another pal of my sister's and a pal of the family, this lassie, shouted her up for school. And I don't think she came down or whatever, and the lassie went away to school without her. And the next door neighbour had murdered her.
What?
And he had stabbed her something like 17 times, or something like that. And he tried to, I don't know, he tried to, or I don't know if there's a sexual element to it or whatever, but you know, and she used to do like errands for him and stuff like that, this guy. And I always remember this guy's name. His name was Thomas Docherty. And it became quite famous. Her name was Tracy Main, oh God rest her. And her mum and dad had went to work and she would go to school. So if I remember right, if I was that age, my sister and that were probably about 12, maybe just getting out of first year, maybe 12, maybe 13. And he's attacked her and he's killed her. And obviously there's an investigation. But my brother, he had dogged school that day. And everybody that knew her and whatever got questioned, obviously. So we were in everybody's houses and whatnot. And my brother had dogged school, so they were like, where were you, blah, blah, blah. As it turns out, it's a neighbour. And when they caught him, he'd bloody clays in the bath. He made an admission to it. He admitted it. He told them what happened, blah, blah. The whole kit and caboodle come out. And there's a lawyer, he's dead now. I think his son still practices law, and he's quite a famous lawyer called Joe Beltrami. And he's well known in Glasgow and in Scotland. And he took the case on. And what had happened was that this guy obviously had the mental issues as well. And things weren't done the way they were done nowadays, Sean. And what they done was that I think they questioned this guy without an appropriate person there, or without cautioning him properly, something stupid like that. And he had admitted it, his clays were in the bath, the whole lot, and he went to the court, and Joe Beltrami exploited it and got him out. And they had to move that guy. Actually, it became that bad that he's the first person I ever know that they had to actually actively put him and change his identity and move him to somewhere in England. He's probably dead now, the guy, or he'll be in his 80s, whatever, 70s, 80s, 90s, whatever. And they had to move him for his own safety because he was going to get absolutely, you can imagine. And the people that were running about there, obviously Tracy's family, their cell were very well known. And then you had my own family who weren't happy about it, my dad and whatever, and you had various other people. No, this guy wouldn't have survived 2 minutes back in the Gorbals.
How was it making you feel to hear this had happened because you were so young? I
always remember thinking, Tracy, she was my sister's pal, but she was always singing with me and always took time out to sing me. And I remember hearing it and going, and I didn't really know the details at that point. I just knew that it had happened. And always, and no one stands out, I always remember picking up getting a fish supper. And they used to wrap it in newspaper. And my ma unwrapped it for me, and her face was there. It was an old newspaper, the chip shop, and it was a chip shop in Largs. That was the thing I always remember. And my ma taking it straight away, and getting rid of it or whatever. And it made an impact on me about what people were kind of capable of doing to younger people, adults and whatever. And it kind of made me look at a lot of people in a different light, especially like guys that lived in the flats, their cell and all that. I was like that with them, and kind of. And then as time went on and I was getting a wee bit older, I'd kind of find myself, targeting them a wee bit. Like, hit him with, hit his windies with stuff, so you're in that mindset that everybody's like as a young boy, and unfortunately other people pay the price for what we do in life.
How were you getting along at school?
I had no issues at school. I was always good at school, and that was the thing. That was the problem. That was the problem. They go, I was great at school, and everything that I'd done, I was good at. I had no issues with work at all. And funnily enough, back then, when I went into first year in school, primary school was just primary school. But when I left primary school, there was only a couple of places opened for my class. I think there was only 2 places open for my class that would get accepted into Shawlands Academy. Was like a premier school for punters with potential, and it just so happened I was one of them that they picked, right? What they were thinking about, right? Don't ask me, right? I don't know what happened there, right? But as I say, I had the potential to do brilliant things.
What were your favourite subjects?
I liked English. I always loved English. I always loved history, and I loved modern studies, stuff like that. I liked science. And I was thinking me about stuff like that. Art and stuff, not so good. Like messing about and whatever, the same as everybody else. But I like to kind of more things that learn you stuff, and I've always been like that. I've always been a reader. That became a problem in life in prison as well for me, funnily enough, and it's became a problem. It became a problem a lot of the time, and it's kind of aided me because I've always kind of knew stuff about the law and how it worked and do you know, kind of ways to swindle my way around about things, you know, and use things that are in the law to my advantage, you know, and that led on to that into prisons, writing complaints for other, you know, and helping other people with stuff that they needed help with. Do you know, people with genuine. Unfortunately, you're not allowed to write complaints for other people in prison. You become subversive. That's a word they use at that point, right? You're subversive, and you're using your influence and you're kind of your better knowledge than what other people have, do you know, and you're better kind of your better type of knowing and writing and reading and exploiting things.
Did you think, like, when I'm an adult, I'm gonna have such and such a job? What am I gonna be when I grow up? That kind of thing.
Probably a criminal.
Even as a teenager,
probably
you thought
a criminal. Aye. Probably as a kid, I thought that.
What influenced you to think like that?
Because I thought it was normal, Sean, to be a criminal. Because that's, do you know, and I've got family that are out there the day and they can say what they like, right? They can say what they like, right? But I look back on what took place in my life as a kid and the things that I seen and the things that I was exposed to, right? And they can deny whatever they want. And this is including my dad. And this is including my mum, God rest her soul. And this is including my brother, who was older than me, right? My uncles, right? All them aunties, they all smoked dope, which I thought was normal. Everybody smoked dope. That's normal to me, right? I was hearing about people going to jail. I was visiting jails with relatives that were bank robbers, right? I was hearing, I was watching my ma's flare boards getting tore up and couches getting cut open with cops looking for guns for my, you know, after my dad, you know, and saying he was involved in the same type of thing, or that he had supplied this stuff to people like this, and watching this stuff taking place in my house. Conversations that I shouldn't have been privy to whatsoever. I watched my dad knock out umpteen characters in front of me. Do you know, I always know a couple of punters in particular that I can think of right off the top of my head. No, and I think it was the same guy twice. And he was always annoying my man, kind of hanging about my man that and whatever. And it was my ma's pal's boy. But I'm saying it's my ma's pal's boy. He must have been in his 20s or whatever it was. And that. He was a big creepy dude. I always remember that about him as well. And my dad had no time for it. And he, I love you, kind of hanging to my man that. My dad just wasn't, that's not what you done with my old man. My old man could be a nasty man. My dad was a great guy, he was a lovely guy. And what happened to him in the end was absolutely tragic, do you know? But my dad would help anybody. And there was a point in time, as I say, where I'd seen things and thought, I'll just be like my dad. Do you know, things like, as we say, we talk about sex shops. I remember a guy who was stealing money, do you know? And I remember that he'd been warned, and I'd heard this conversation with my own ears about this guy, do you know? By this time, my mum and dad separated, and what I'm doing is just going between each house as I want. There's no, like, he'll come here at the weekend. If I wanted to go at my dad's, I'd just got in a taxi, paid it at the other side, and I'd stay there for whatever. As long as I was out at school or whatever, do you know, it didn't kind of matter. And that's kind of the way it was, do you know, although most of my time was spent at my ma's as time went on. But as a youngster, and that was fine because it was all good. But as I say, you were hearing things, whatever. And I remember this guy, do you know, and he had been warned about stealing money, do you know, and I don't think he took the warning, do you know, and somebody went into the shop he was working in and just planted a ball peen hammer right through his temple. Some guy with a motorbike helmet on, do you know, and that's what happened to you when you were stealing money out of these places. No, there was no, it wasn't we would report you out to the cops. No, there was no cops. If you reported you to the cops, you lost your stock. No, so you had that type of stuff going on. And then as time went on, you had the drugs.
Before we get to that, how did your parents' separation affect you?
Do you know what? I kind of exploited that. That's what I kind of done. You know, I don't remember having any effect. And I'll be honest with you, see thinking about that at the news, you say that, Sean, I don't remember having much feeling at all, mate. I don't ever remember having much feeling at all. And later on, it made me question myself if it was actually something not quite right with me, that I didn't feel like other people and I didn't think like other people.
Would you put that down to because the things you'd been through prior to that?
No, because I hadn't really been through much. But what I do remember thinking, I was always looking for an angle. And I thought, right, hold on, how'd you do this? No, go and see my dad. Okay, there's a tenner, there's 15 quid, there's 20 quid for you, blah, blah, blah. The money for the shops would come back to my man a Friday night. Do you know, so it was all the shops, it's all bags of money and it was all counted and then cashed in through a night safe or whatever was done with it. That would come into my man's house on a Friday night. So I would just help myself with money. Do you know, and I remember in primary school running about 40, 50, 60 pounds, do you know, in the 70s and that, they were running about with money like that. Was, do you know, it was, and remember being terrified anybody would find it. Anybody would, do you know, and I always remember my sister caught with me one day with money. No, and I basically bribed my way out it. I had to year half my stash basically. I was like getting into primary school and going like, "Hi people, if you go to the shop for us here, there's 20 quid or 10 quid. No, actually, mum will get this and we'll get that." And
how did you get obsessed with money like that?
do you know, just because there was money about and nobody taught me anything about money. Nobody taught me any worth about money. Nobody taught me that money was a commodity that you used to enhance things in your life in a good way, do you know, and possibly enhance other people's lives in a good way, and you bought good things with it and you used it for things that were, I thought money's for spending, money's for squandering, and I still have that kind of mentality today. I still have a bit of that way me today. I know it's not the right thing, but money doesn't mean that much to me nowadays, and I think what's happened is that it doesn't mean anything to me because I can see the damage it can do. The damage that money, having too much money can do is unbelievable. I've seen it done to other people. I've seen it done to myself. When you don't know how to use it the right way. Money's the root of all evil, man. When you don't know what to do with it. People get money and they know how to use it and they do great things with it. People like me, we'll burn it to the ground with money, do you know, and then just go, no, what, we'll get more. You want to get more? Somebody else has got to get hurt. More drugs have got to be sold. More people got to get abducted. More people got to get harmed, do you know. More people have got to get turned over, robbed, do you know, deceived, manipulated, exploited, all these things, if I want to get more money. Without thinking, how did I not just keep the money I had there and I wouldn't need to do that? That's the way I kind of operated. That was my way of doing things, you know, and many, many people fell victim to me.
What were the most memorable things from when you were a teenager?
When I was a teenager, man, I was just funny. I was never a drinker or anything like that, really. Never anything like that, whatever. But I smoked dope for day one because I thought it was all right. So me and my brother and like two other pals, we weren't there. You know, when I was growing up as a teenager, it was like gangs of punters and all that and this and that. We just had one wee groupies, and we were all dope smokers. And there was like wee groups of guys dotted around the Gorbals that were all dope smokers. So we would lend each other gas stoves and hot bottles with the arse knocked out of them and all that. right, if you get the stove, we need to do your hot knives. If you get that, and it would like, and we done that. We were always, that's what we were doing, smoking, hot knife and whatever, but that's what we were known for, and there wasn't a lot of, there was a lot of good laughs, a lot of cracking laughs between the forays, and we all kind of ended up, Wani has done good. No, 2 years on the year, and I'm sitting talking to you. That's about the stats run about that wee gang. 2 years are still alive. I'm sitting here, another guy, my pal Mick, he's doing well. Good luck to him. But we had some laughs, and that's kind of what we based on. We took acid, stuff like that, mad shit. No, and you're laughing and going places and whatever, and ending up in situations that you wouldn't end up in other places with stuff like that. But that was all we were interested in. Just think me, and obviously, obviously, I mean, my partner. I knew my partner for we were kids at school. I'm laughing now. I'm laughing, but this kind of should really show, that how people must have looked at me at that point, and I was saying this no long ago, and as I say, we've known each other for our kids, and the minute I got round about her, I think it was a home economics teacher, if I remember right. I think I remember the woman's name, and all right, and I wasn't too keen. The thing is that she went right to my partner's ma and went, by the way, keep your daughter away from him. He's dangerous. And she said that way back then. She was obviously onto me, right? Long before anybody else got onto me, right? But that's what happened there. And this woman, and it's all right laughing about it, but it kind of makes you think they were seeing signs. She's a teacher, obviously, she's switched on and whatever, and she was seeing things that she was going, he's a loose cannon. He's hit and he's ready for more action, and he's going to keep going. And that's what did happen. Her words came true. Everything she said, you could stick it, you put your hand in the Bible with it, and it became true. So it did. And I used to go, bastard, not that, but if I'm not talking a lot of nonsense, this, that, blah, blah, blah. But the reality is that it was, see, if you want to get down to brute honesty and you want to take it right down to brass tacks, the woman was bang on. I was dangerous. And I was trouble. And I was going to be a concern for a lot more people than just her. It was on the cards,
What was your relationship with the scheme gangs?
I had no real relationship with him. As I said, there was 4 of us that went about together, and we kind of knew everybody. So gang fighting wasn't really a thing that I got myself caught up in too much. I'd been running, every now and again we'd walk on, kind of watch it, maybe take part for a minute or whatever. We wanted to smoke. That's what we wanted to do. We weren't really into gang fighting. What we would do sometimes is for spare time, actually, you like Rangers casuals and Celtic casuals that went in the town centre and that. I mean, I'd seen times when we'd been in the town centre and like there'd be 10 Rangers casuals and 2 Celtic casuals, and the 10 would chase the 2. So we'd, hold on now, throw a bit of charity their way, and make up the numbers with the Celtic guys. But then again, we could go on a week later and it'd be happening the other way round. We weren't that concerned about Rangers and Celtic and who was doing what and whatever. We were more concerned in entertaining ourselves, full of puff, and going, what? Mum will get a wee fight going, whatever. No, and then away back, because the bridge for the Gorbals just leads right into the town centre. So we only had the bridge to cross, and then we could just get right back into our wee bit of our area and just leave all that behind, all the carnage. We'd be back, be in the rain wee bit again, let them on who just all kill each other, no. And that's it, we weren't too serious with stuff like that. But as time went on, a criminal element started to enter it, Mere puff, this, that. So let's do a wee bit of skullduggery, a wee bit of thieving, a wee bit of, maybe shops in the town. One will crash out window and we'll grab a load of gear. One will, with this or that. Or gang fighting while they're all in one street causing murders and the cops or whatever. We're doing a shop window and taking a load of leather jackets. No, we were kind of more like, trying to use our head round about that and going, well, do you know what? Oh, the busies are off. That whole street's full of busies. No, bang. We'll get away with this. No. And we kind of done that round the cash and carries and stuff and that as well. We go round to cash and carries and we watch and we'd, do a wee bit of plotting.
And all this is still while you're a teenager.
I guess he's still, like 14, 15, still at school, still booting about, just doing what we were doing. There was no, but we could find that. I was the type of punter that could find myself anywhere with my pals, and we could end up in parties or whatever, mad hussies away out in the middle of nowhere and never got ourselves really into any trouble. Whereas you would hear stories like two guys went to a house in Drum Chapel and they got severely beaten and this and that. That never really ever took place with us for some reason. But when you're just puffing and that, you're everybody's pal. Know what I mean? You're like, drinking's another kettle of fish. Fortunately enough, we weren't drinkers. So we didn't get into that side element. The people we wanted to be were puffers and that as well. So that kind of probably saved that part. If I'd have been a drinker, I'd have probably caused murders everywhere I went.
What was your first brush with the law?
My first brush with the law was probably actually around about... Actually, my first brush with the law was they were building a new mosque in the Gorbals. And this isn't a racial thing. This was nothing to do with race. This was just the day for doing something for dog in school. And they were building a new mosque in the Gorbals. And it was a big, lovely building. And it had beautiful, big mirrored windows. It ran right along one side of and me and another guy were up in the railway. And we were dog in school, messing about up in the railway. And it's got like big, heavy stones. And we decided that these windies have got to go. Let's do these windies. No, and it was nothing to do with who visited the mosque or who was getting into him. No, that wasn't a thought. What we wanted to do was break windies, and that's what we done. And if I remember right back then, as early as that, the bill was something like 20 grand or something. No, like these windies were like half the size of this room. No, big gold mirrored things. We crashed a lot. And then I always remember turning round and it's the only time I've ever really seen that. Now you see it and it's like shimmering the sun and looking along the railway and seeing something moving. And I went, that's somebody running. And then as my eyes focused, I could see it was a cop holding his hat and he was coming up into the distance. And we went to go under the bridge. It takes you across the Clyde, so you can go under that bridge, the railway bridge, and actually go down onto the boards and get across it underneath the railway bridge. And when we've lifted the big door, the big steel door to go under the bridge, there was already two cops climbing up. So we dropped it back down, lifted a railway sleeper, put it on top of that so that they couldn't get up, ran across the bridge and dreeped down into garages in the town centre and disappeared. But cops being cops, two young boys, there's only two schools in that area it could be, right? And they're only, one's there and one's just up the road. So the next day, whatever, here's you, come here. No, I mean, that's him there. No, and in next door, my pal Alec, no, in his class as well. You, come here, two yous are hit for this. No, I mean, no, and that was the kind of thing it was. It was nothing to... it was nothing too, well, I'd say too drivers, two daft young boys doing a bit of skullduggery, but that was like my first, and then brushes with the law were because of thievery and stuff like that.
Before the thievery and stuff, that first brush with the law, what was your parents' reaction to it?
Mama would go like that, all right, you're kept in and all that. I'd never had a horn lifted to me in my life, right? Which, looking back now, I should have got told right up the arse a few times, right? I was more frightened of my ma than what I was of my dad, right? It was my ma that was right? She said what happened, it happened, right? I could just go like that when my ma wasn't in and sit at the window and my dad would be like, get out and put me out. See, my ma, you were kept in, you were kept in. No, you weren't going out with your pals, you weren't messing about, you weren't whatever, you know, she was quite solid that way. But there was never any real discipline involving any sort of, you know, what then they called corporal punishment. You know, there was at school, you got the belt and stuff like that and whatever, and that was part of the course, but I never got any horns lifted to me or anything like that, so I was kind of knew that I was good to go, do you know.
So after smashing those windows, how did your mum find out?
Oh, the cops dragged us right out to thing me and then phoned my ma up, do you know, and my ma's like, come and get him, so you've got to come to the police station to get you. So
how did you feel knowing your ma was coming to get you?
Terrified. I'm like, I hope it's my dad, hope it's my dad, hope it's my dad. I'm like, if it's my ma, I'm banging trouble. I was always terrified of my ma. So I was, my ma could put me in my place. No, I mean, even as a grown man, she could put me in my place.
And she got there, what happened?
That was me. I was grounded for that one. I was grounded for that one. Do you know what I mean? Until I worked my dad. No, that's how I got out of that one. Standing at the window and that, looking out, your pals are out playing, sunny day or whatever it is. My dad's like, you're out. No, he's had enough. I'm bouncing about the house round about him. He's probably like that, off. Whereas my ma would have sat, she'd have went, aye.
So that, so that didn't put you off further criminality?
No, because I knew they were criminals as well. Do you know what I mean? So I already knew that. And my kind of thing was, is that if I would have put an argument up, which I didn't, but if I had any argument to put up, it would have been, well, who used to talk? Yous are criminals. You buy stolen stuff. You're involved in this. You're the sex shops, this, that, blah, blah. And my mum was involved in running all that as well and all that sort of stuff. So I'm like, and this whole family's polluted with crooks. Why should I?
So what was your next scheme?
They were mere money things. Mere brushes with a lot became things for money. That's where it became thievery, stuff like that. Do you know, there wasn't anything too... there wasn't anything too kind of heavy duty. There was it was usually maybe taking loads of gear for cash and carries or whatever, or you know, blagging of some description. You know, few brushes like that. And I can't remember who I said it to. I think it was one of the boys earlier on, and we were talking about cops and corruption. And I say, see, once a cop can get you in the street and just and take a centre punch out his own pocket and break a window and go like that was you that done that, it makes you think what's going on upstairs, right? And that's exactly what happened to me on a couple of occasions. They knew what I was up to. You're all here screwing. You're all here to see what you can get. So watch this, right? Bang, there's a quarter light done, right? You're new nicked for that. And then it was, bang, you want to come and get him at the station? I'm like, oh no. I mean, what we got to do here? No. And I remember one time taking me off two guys that I must have been maybe about 13, whatever, man. Me and a couple of my pals, and these two punters dressed as sailors, like two sailor boy type things with like money cans, no, they two types of guys, no, and that was a wee bit more serious. That was like bordering on assault and robbery, do you know, but as a, do you know, looking back and that, and one of the boys that I done it with, actually, it was in the recovery cafe a few weeks ago, and I went, do you remember doing that? And he went, I always remember, man, you're marking up the Stewart Street police station, no, because they got tore as well, because it's like, we are, so if my ma was coming, their mas were like, lived there and whatever, so it was like, no, aye, you're going out to a bundle of mas to get an arse whipping, apart from I got a tongue lashing instead.
And are you spending more time in the cells as you're progressively getting arrested?
Not really. They're just phoning you and going like that.
Because you're underage?
Aye, so they're just phoning and going like that. Do you want to come and get them? And then you're going like that yourself. Wait a minute, you can't really do anything to me. So that's where that comes in, and you start to think to yourself, hold on, wait a minute. I'm actually at a point in time where I can exploit everything. Do you know, to a point of seriousness, but there's no going to be any consequences to crashing a motor window and taking a load of jeans into the cash and carries, or crashing a load, taking a load of this, or taking somebody's cassettes or cassette tapes, or or grabbing somebody's good sound system at their motor, or just puntable stuff. That's the way we done things, but there wasn't really any. I don't know how they deal with new cops with youngsters, but back that was the extent of it. I will report it, and you never really heard it. It was only kind of serious things that they reported really to I think the children's panel board or whatever you called them, or stuff like that.
So how did it escalate into consequences and crime that was going to put you behind bars?
Because nobody put a stop to it. Know what I mean? No, it's all right, mama, trying and people trying and that, but I was by this time I had been going into like my dad's house and opening drawers and finding big parcels of drugs and things like that, and and by this time I know that he's involved in selling drugs and he's doing all sorts of damage to the community. And I'm going like, what? No, who you can't really, My ma, as I say, is kind of a wee bit different, do you know what I mean? She's saying me, she's involved in skullduggery, but no, she's not exactly doing what my dad's doing at this point, but he's up to no good all over the place. Know what I mean? That was that was a kind of reality. And the more time I spent in his house, the more I seen and the more I heard, and not so much with him, but other people talking, or if I was with him, I would see things like, I would start going, wait a minute, such and such, they're known as drug dealers. What's he then talking to them? Blah, blah, blah. And then you would see him kind of as if, and then you would go, they're doing this for him. And then I thought, what? Well, selling a wee bit of dope's not going to do anybody harm. Sell a wee bit of puff, that's not going to help. Puff's never harmed anybody. No, that crazy mentality, right? Thinking that's, that's not realising the work that has to go into for stuff to come into countries and the damage it does for the point A right through to point Z. Everybody's harmed, doesn't matter what it is, right? Any type of illegality that way is damaging to some description of that, but I didn't see it like that. I'm helping people out here.
What was the first crime that did put you behind bars properly?
The first crime that put me behind bars was for drugs. No, that's exactly what it was. Charged round about maybe about 17.
17.
Maybe about 17.
How did you get busted?
And me and two other guys, there was a couple of us involved, and it was Brown. It was, and we were up to no good in the Gorbals. My other pal, he stayed somewhere else, so he did. Two of us for the Gorbals were up to no good in the Gorbals, and then we had a pal for somewhere else, and obviously we were using it. Funnily enough, where I stay now, that's where the old stash was. It's not there now at this place, but that's where it was, funnily enough, saying that. And working out of there and whatever, and we were under surveillance, being watched. More so him. And it kind of fell onto us as the more they watched. They went, oh, and a couple of us fell into the firing line, and when they came for us, I managed to escape for them. I got away from them, and they couldn't catch me. And I ran up a set of flats actually and kicked a window out, and didn't realise that in the flats in the Gorbals, one side's all evens and the other side's all odds. And I've ran up there and kicked a window out thinking that I was at number 1. So I did. And I was on the other side and I was actually at number 3. and I've kicked the window out and jumped out without thinking to land where the main bins are, like the big bin area. And I'm already out, because the cops are. I'm already out before. And went, oh no, do you know, and just started hitting big bits of concrete and this and that. And just by pure luck went right inside a bin. Fell right into one of the rubbish bins. By pure luck went right inside the rubbish bin. Just right back out it and walked away as if I'd nothing to do with it, you know, as if to go like that off. Took my jersey off, and I'd stuff in my pockets as well, other stuff, money and stuff in my pockets, and put it through my cousin's letterbox. And then just kept walking as if it was nothing to do with me, you know what I mean? And I got so far up the road and thought, right, I'm out of this. Sissies, no, they don't know. And a cop motor came right into the shopping centre at my back. He went, Gerry. And I went, aye. He went, we're looking for somebody with a thing, mate, a green and, I can't remember, it was a green and whatever rugby tap. Seen anything about that? Sorry for swearing. No, boss, no. You sure? Aye, this time he's out of the motor. Nah, man, no, see, I'm drinking a bottle of Lucozade. I bought a bottle of Lucozade to try, because I've ran right up that way and I'm knackered. No, I've not seen anybody. Come here, you. Do you think you're talking to, man? Hijacked. So that was me. So that was it. And back then, when you were done with stuff like that, and it was that type of stuff that you were done with, and that type, if you were caught dealing anything like that, it was automatic high court. No, nowadays it doesn't seem to be so like that. They come and go depending on weights, measures, or this thing. Back then, you were done with selling 10 bobs worth of that year. You went straight to high, and that was a problem for me in prison right away, because there wasn't a lot of people in prison that were at my age that were done with stuff like that. So right away they were kind of like, they were all in for whatever they were in for. What are you in for? I'm in for punting. They're kind of looking as if they go, what? No. Yes. And then when the paperwork starts to come through, you've then got the screws. You fucking this and that. And the thing was, is that all they retrieved for anything that I had was a gram of gear. Do you know what? That's all they retrieved off me, but they got more off my pal. And they got evidence from my other pal. He didn't really get anything. And we ended up with, do you know, one pal ended up, he was like, he got like 11 years. No, my other pal, he got 6 years, and I was the youngest. I was just a boy. You know what I mean? No, and I ended up, I was gave, I think if I remember right, it was three 12-month consecutives and a 12-month for breaking the bail act. Do you know? It was something like that. So it left me with like back then, 18 months was a long-term sentence back then.
Well, which prison was this then?
And I originally go to a place called Longregend. Longregend shut down now, and that was a remand prison for YOs. And then you went to a place called Pullman. Pullman still exists to this day. But long-termers went to Dumfries, YOs. And Dumfries YOs was pretty grim.
So, first day, what was that like going in?
I mean, there's this, you go through, I mean, see going to prison and that, it's like, there's a screaming and shouting, and that's all I remember about really first going to prison. Oh, you, that's that, get your ass into that inmate's done, shut up, know what I mean, blah, blah, blah. And everything's dead loud, and you're told what to do, and your thing, and right, get some clothes to put on, find some clothes to put on. And I remember going like that and looking at the clothes. Nowadays, guys go into prison and they go, I'm an XL and a 32 in a denim, and give me a size 8.5 in a shoe, know what I mean, and blah, 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 and give me green boxer shorts, and a pair of grey socks and whatever. They were like that with a pile of clothes that size right in the middle of the flare, denim, shirts, whatever. And then the same with shoes. Find yourself a pair and find yourself some place to put on. So it was first in, best dressed. Know what I mean? If you were weak about it, you were cutting about like trousers on up to there, no, dingies on up to there, no, and 2 left shoes kind of thing. So you had to get in there and get your... And I was wise to these things straight away because of the way I was brought up and that. I'd visited prisons, so I knew how things like that operated. It just came naturally. But the shouting and that was a wee bit more. And I thought, who is it they're shouting at? Because I think I'm a bit of a boy. I think I'm a bit tough in that. And I'm like, yeah, you think they're shouting at? No, they're no longer shutting up when you get punched right in the back of the head. Right? Because that's what happened to me when I was a YO. Do you know, I got tortured in the YOs with prison staff. Literally.
What led up?
My guts.
What led up to that?
That charge, they just saw I was out and out, you know, like, you're scum. No, that's what you are. And I remember him going like that to me. You selling drugs? And I went, no, I'm not selling drugs. What's that? No, I says, that's only what I'm charged with. I went, listen, he went, here. He went, you try to tell me you're not a drug dealer? I went, I says it's £7 £20 bags. He went, you're done with £140. I went, £7 £20 as in £7 £20, like 140 quid. No, 140 pound. I mean, we're just carrying 140. You fucking this and that. And they were horrible. And see, this guy in particular, I had this out with that day, and I'll never ever forget it. They pulled me into the office. His name was Rob, right? And he came down for Peterhead, Nick, because he was an issue with adult prisoners up there. And funnily enough, I seen him on YouTube last week, right, in an old Peterhead programme. I went, there's Rob. He was a horrible guy to young boys, right? And see, his gaffer, he encouraged it. And back then it was senior officers and principal officers. Now it's just managers and that, and whatever they call them. Back then it was like a guy with one pip, then a guy with two, then you'd the chief, then you'd the governor. It was like, but punters like that had been through the wars. Nowadays you've got bank managers and all that coming in and running prisons, right? Back then you had to do your bit to get that. And fair dues to him, he'd done his bit. Probably got weighed in a few times, right, for his cheek with adult prisoners up in Peterhead, because they'll take the prisoners up there with you. But he now found his cell in control of YOs, and he was horrible. So he was. And in particular, he was horrible to me. And he had a wee gang that he encouraged to be horrible as well, you know. And they done stuff to me that I remember, right, that made me absolutely despise him. Do you know, coming in late at night when the shift's meant to be away and the keys are meant to be away, you know, creeping up and booting your door open, come flying in and tap you, you know, assaulting you for no reason, punching you. I got my head jumped on, stuff like that. I got left naked in a silent cell for days. No, we have one of the unrippable blankets that you can't even put round your cell. No, you've got something inside you, know, all stuff like that, right? It was pure lies, pure made up. I never had nothing inside me. Actually, see, to tell you the truth, see the stuff that we're talking about that you thought I had inside me, I had in my mouth and had it sat at the back of my throat while I was talking to them. I'm going, I've got nothing inside me. I already had it stashed. I used to be able to hold stuff in the back of my throat, Sean. So see, anything that I had, I could drop it in there and still talk away to them, right? I didn't have to swallow parcels. So they're going, you've got something inside you. And then, no, they're ripping the clothes off you, battering you. No, young boys naked on the flare and then bang, no. And I remember him kicking me in the back of the head, stamping on my head from behind and all that, no. And you've got a sore face, no. And they take the laces out your shoes, won't give you your laces, no. And then they do that and take your clothes and make sure they've got you clothes that are ripped and all that, no, so that they can just dehumanise you. I f***ing hated them. So I did. It made me take a right strong dislike to them, no, and I did on a daily basis. And they would always try and play the mind games with me, you know. And later on, it made me kind of date back with them. So it did. No, I went, that's fair. Know what I mean? And I was going, no, see, and later on, I learned that I've done a couple of things in staff assaults and stuff, and I've paid the price. And see, staff assaults, something you don't want to do. It's a stupid move to assault a prison staff. Right? It's a bad move, and I know what happens, and guys do it and whatever, but it's a regrettable move because they will give you the treatment.
What was your first staff assault?
My first, I had a couple of daft run-ins in Dumfries and that, we thing me like face-to-face things and that I'd had to know. I didn't really had any issues with things like that. But they moved me to Berlin. When I turned an adult, I went to Berlin. And
is this in the era of Slasher Gallagher, or was that before you?
Just probably no long after he's went away, aye. But his ghost is still kicking about, and it's no long after the place has been locked down, the riots have took place, and the place has been locked down and that, and this and that. And the thing is as well is that, you know, my ma's brothers and stuff have took part in things in prisons that didn't go down well when they tippled who you were. Do you know what I mean? And they knew my ma for visiting him or what, and then they put two and two, it's his uncle or whatever, so that kind of thing. So, and my brother, he'd been a rogue, I know, but he was a rogue in a kind of better way, you know what I mean? He wasn't so violent, but he was just a pest with him, no? And there. And I remember coming, and I've came from Pullman thinking I'm Charlie Big Spuds and I've got hundreds of, no, guys are running about with one by a bar of soap, know what I mean? They've got nothing, no, with the shoes hanging off their feet. I've turned up for Pullman or whatever it was with all sorts of different deodorants and this and that and what is it, Imperial Air shower gel and all that, no, as if I'm a king, right into Berlin. I'm lucky I didn't get murdered, know what I mean? And a tablecloth, right, and I've got it all set up in a couple of coat hangers. And he's come in and went, sis, what's what? He's been saw that nonsense. Deodorants, nah, hang me. What's that there hanging there? A big bar of cloth, it had been cut off something for the end of an end of a curtain that had been hanging in a hall or something, right? One of them, no, just a heavy item that you shouldn't have. What's that there? That comfy? I brought that with me. Did you? Aye. But that there, couple of coat hangers, I've like that, get a shirt hanging up and that, no. Everybody else like a bag of washing, they're like that. No, I've got shirts hanging up and that. He's been, get that doing, watch you, man. Rip with the coat hanger, that started it. And I'm like, that right away, my fucking coat hangers. And then he's went like with the tablecloth, whumph. Oh, just rolled it up into a ball and just went like that, launched right out into the landing, mate. And back then it was bars like that. So it's just disappeared, all the flat. No, and it's the third flat, it's just heading for the, no, like a ribbon. I'm devastated. No, my cell's not looking so good anymore. No, and I'm one of the punters, like OCD punters. Anybody who knows female prisoners will tell you that. They'll go, I'm bad. I've got everything in a place and nothing moved out of place. No, and people come into my cell when Gerry, it's like, who's in here? No, it's but you know, and he's done that, and I've just lost the plot with him, and I've dillioned him, and I knew automatically I'd made a mistake. As soon as I done it, as soon as I hurt him, I knew I'd made a mistake. And he's tried to run outside, and I've grabbed him thinking that if I grab him, I can kind of hide it, as if it didn't happen. And he started shouting, staff to the third flat, staff to the third. And the minute they say that in Berlin, that's it. They just grab bodies and just hook them right into any cell or any room or anywhere, whatever. You just get launched tennies into a cell if need be. And they just, and I can hear them coming. I went, oh no. But I went, oh here, hold on. Flung enough punches and kicks into him, not just for the sake of it. I went, better hitting them now. No. And I've seen them coming up the landing. And it's like a black snake coming. No, and I'm like, I'm trying to think if their shirts were blue actually still then. And they're just all heading down this side of the section coming towards me. I was number 35 if I remember right. On the third flat. I went, oh no. And I went, run. And I went that way to the toilets, run that way and tried to run up that section of the hall. No, you know what the big old halls are like, no, the old-fashioned halls, the landings. So I'm thinking if I run that way, I'm just going to run. And they've just went and split up. No, so I've got to the top and they've collared us. No, and I've jumped toward up the bars actually, and I thought, could I swing into that second flat for there and get down there? They just kept chasing me until eventually they gave us a bleaching, man. Sorry, that it was bad. It was rough, man. I was like, this is a major mistake I've made. They were like, you want to start hitting? Watch this. No, I mean, by the time they've got us to the Wendy House, which is a segregation unit in Berlin, by the time they've got us to the Wendy House, right, they've turned us over royally. No, there's no two ways about it, right? And all I've got now is pain and regret. That's all I've got now. That's all I've got to go on now is pain and regret. Nothing else. No, there's no want to fight. There's no want to be wide or anything. No, I'm not even really, I don't think, responding verbally at this point. All I'm in is pain and going, I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that. And then again, silent cell, stripped. And then the nurses would come in and go, oh, he's all right and all that. No, and you're booted up and down. And it was rough, man. So it was, and again, had situations where that had happened again. And the same thing I'd done again. What am I doing? Pain and regret again. Shouldn't have done that. Shouldn't have done that. And it kind of started to dawn on me. Start thinking about these guys. Start plotting about these guys. Do you know? And there's probably screws still kicking about to this day that have been the victims to stuff that I've done or influenced round about them. And they don't even know it. They don't even know who done it, or they suspect other people done it or whatever. Because I went, no, what? I'm going to start using my head. I'm going to start plotting. Because I'm a thinker that way. And I'm no bad at plotting. And I'm no bad at reading situations and seeing things. Now, admittedly, after getting a heavy few downs to teach me the lessons, no, I might have thought that I tried to be a wee bit of a thinker before then, but, you know, it is what it is. And I start, you know what, start doing things back to him. And there's loads of things you can do to absolutely, you know, you can put stuff in the keyholes. That devastates them because they can't get home. They can't get the doors locked. They can't get home. No, you can fling a knife out a window. Know what I mean? No, fling a pair of scissors out a window. What you know here? Right into a bin with them or something, right, as it's getting took out into the rubbish outside. Toss that in there. Know what I mean? A big ladle, something like that, a big spoon for the kitchen, right in the rubbish with it. Whole place is shut down till they find it. They'll turn the place upside. Get him work, get him work, get him work. He's want to work, he can work. I don't mind if you stay at 12 o'clock at night when you're meant to bolt at 9. No, he'll stay now, but you f me over, that's the way it's going to be.
Did you coordinate any pottings?
Any?
When you weaponise poo or wee?
Nah. See, funnily enough, do you know what? See that? I'm too clean to deal with stuff like that. I'd rather just do something. And I've always said it, and I know plenty of guys that have covered themselves, right? And have dirty protests, and they've done this, and they've done that. I know loads of them. And I've always said I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. It's something that I don't know. And I've been through it with the rest of them just the same, but I've always had to find other wee ways to annoy people or to. But that's how some guys have to survive. It brings them like that. What I do find, and I'm not putting anybody down saying this, a lot of the guys that do that are the weaker guys, and a lot is done out of fear. It's not done out of, this is a protest. They call it a dirty protest. Most dirty protests are done out of fear because of what's going to happen to them if they can get their hands on them. So they're like, know what? I'll make sure you don't touch me. No, you'll not want to touch me after this. No, so it's not so much a protest, it's more a defensive factor.
So that first sentence then, Gerry, it sounds like, you know, you're in there, you're one of the fellas, you've got no problems on that side of it, but you've got like these running battles with the staff. Aye,
they influenced a lot of stuff that I started off in prisons as I was younger. They influenced loads of stuff that the things that I started to do and get involved with in prisons, because they were horrible to me. They were horrible to me. And the thing was that I could sit here the day and I don't have to tell lies. I could go like that. Listen, I was you know, but there was times when I done nothing. I didn't do nothing, and they just came for me. And it looked as if they were happy to do it. And I was like, you know, I'm a kid. I'm no.
It's like a vendetta at that point. How long was that How long did you serve that first sentence?
I think that was about 2 years I done that. Aye, so it was pretty long for a first time. Do you know, probably 18 months, 2 years, something like that, if I remember right.
How old were you when you got out? What was your
And I was
mindset?
probably about nearly 19, maybe 19, maybe round about there, something like that.
Would you say it made you more violent, all that, what you experienced in prison?
I had the potential for that long before that.
Do you think the potential had been ignited?
Oh, well, I mean, there was, it certainly didn't help my temper any. Do you know, it certainly didn't help my temper any, Sean, that's for sure. I was pretty, I could be quick off the mark for a lot of stuff, do you know, and I can be dead patient with people, do you know, and I can be dead forgiving as well. Do you know, some people have done bad things to me, and I've went like that, and I've gave them and went right, and kind of, but it's hard to forgive stuff like that, and then you just find yourself going, no, what? See if it's happening round about you, just let's do the deed and, you know, get involved as well. And then when you're, as I say, outside, because I'd been involved in what I was involved in, what happened at that point was there was already violence taking place. There had already been issues with, you know, there'd already been issues. We were talking about arrest and conviction and stuff, but there'd already been issues with discharging firearms, things like that.
What, at age 19?
Before that, before I went to prison, while I was involved in the nonsense that I was involved in, you know, before I was convicted, so there was violence. As soon as you bring drugs into the mix, violence is just its partner.
How did
crime.
How did the discharging of firearms come about?
Actually, there had been a couple of occasions actually with discharging firearms that had been run about, and that had been kind of run about older people that were kind of an influence as well. Do you know, run about older people, and they were things that I kind of knew about as well. Do you know, with my family and stuff like that and whatever. So I'd already kind of had knowledge of stuff like that. And if I remember right, the first one was at where my ma lived in the Gorbals, actually, and that was a couple of guys that were kind of into it way and whatever, and weren't seeing eye to eye with, you know, and one of them got shot through the foot. So we were all kind of looked at for that. And the second one was actually against myself. Was somebody doing it to myself, you know, and they I think they plotted to you know, harm me or worse, and they discharged it through a window at me as I was sitting, and caught me all around about the side of my head and the thing, and covered my head in pellets and wood and glass and whatnot, do you know, and funnily enough, that ended up becoming an issue legally for me because I didn't report that. And the cops were saying, we know blah, blah, blah what happened, and I gave a snide name and all that and whatever, and they kind of, in the cop shop, they went, look, we can tell you kind of every wound that you've picked up here, you know, and on your head and whatnot, and there's a guy stabbed at the same time, and a lot of nonsense, the guy, some punter that done it, he was stabbed during it, you know what I mean, in trying to save my own life, basically, and it involved So there was nonsense like that already going on. So it wasn't just stupidity violence. Now it was becoming quite serious, and it was becoming kind of, and could potentially, somebody could lose their life here. No, just because of what was going on, and because of some of the company that was keeping, that happened to be friends of the family, or people that my family knew, or whatever. They weren't actually my people that I knew originally. They were people that they knew originally. And then I'm running about as if I'm 35, and I'm only a boy. I don't know, I haven't learned too much.
Why are these people at war with you?
They weren't at war with me. Do you know what they were? Was they were at war with the people that I've chose to be around. And because they're at war with them, they've decided that, that, right, well, you're fair game, I know, kind of thing. And funnily enough, the guy that done it, no, he's dead now, the guy, do you know what I mean? The guy that done it, funnily enough, was actually, no, me and him were all right. No, me and him were all right. We had no issues.
But back then, getting shot at, did that put you at war with them?
I just fucking carried on. I was like, I'm not at war with anybody. I was listening. I'll be honest with you, but at that point in time, I was like, do you know what? And I still kind of remain that way today. And I say this today, I don't care anybody. I don't care anybody. I said this to somebody the other day, speaking to them. They went, worry about anybody, coming to get you, about your past or about your whatever, or you're about, no. And I'm not necessarily in a lifestyle right now where I would say, and I'm not involved in violence, and I'm not involved in criminality, and I'm not involved in nonsense overall, really. But I'll tell you this, and the message is clear. If anybody comes for me, I'll do my best to end their life, because nobody's coming for me without me putting up some sort of fight. I'm not a chump that's going to lie down to it. And people can say what they want, people can hate me, people can love me, people can do anything. What people do know about me is that they won't get to turn me over without a fight. And I just think that's a survival thing. I don't think that's necessarily even anything to do with being violent. I'm just not going to let people harm me and stand there. And I think as a human, I've got that right. To go, no, who do you think you are? You think you're going to come and get me, and I'm going to stand while you do whatever you please to me, and what? And I'm just going to accept it like a mug? No, it doesn't work like that.
So
where I come from, it doesn't.
What led to your second sentence?
My second sentence at that point was the second kind of major sentence at that point actually was I ended up, I think I was sentenced to 3 years, 9 months, and then I was given another 16 months consecutive with it. So it ended up nearly a 5-year sentence. And funnily enough, that sentence wasn't that bad. Near it was. That was the first time that I'd attempted a wee bit of recovery and stuff like that. That was the first time that I'd tried getting involved in like NA and these type of things.
How
in prison.
How did you get arrested first?
Oh, how did I get arrested? I was, same again, involved in skullduggery, into everything. And
if you're looking for a gift, my new book, Sit Downs with Gangsters, is available worldwide on Amazon. We've interviewed over 1,000 people now, and we selected 10 of the hardest hitting stories to go in this book. Each chapter features the story of one of our podcast guests. Those stories are Shane Taylor, Knife Maniac's Redemption; John Elite, Mafia Hitman for the Gambino crime family; Joey Barnett, 35 years in UK prison; Ian Blink MacDonald, £6 million bank robber; Chet Sandu, Asian smuggler in Spanish Supermax; John Lawson, the hit team commander; David Macmillan, international smuggler's Thai death row prison escape; John Abbott, San Quentin prison shootouts and escape. Michael Francis, Colombo crime family capo portrayed in Goodfellas. And Wildman, English enforcer in Arizona prison. Link in description box on YouTube, available worldwide on Amazon. Also, my next book, Untouchable Jimmy Savile, is getting published in December 2023. So check that out as well. It will be available worldwide on Amazon. Thank you for listening. Cheers.
And was involved with lassies that were basically in the sex industry, right, and this type of thing, right, and selling drugs to them and providing services for making sure that they were all right, watching their backs, getting other people to do that. Whatever it was I was doing, do you know, and basically, like, do you know, it was like Huggy Byrne, basically, do you know, you're listen, here, running about with the fucking, do you know, with the snakeskin boots on that, no, and an afro and that, you know what I mean? Sideburns down to there, no, kicking about the red light district, one of the ones, and that's kind of what was happening. But as I say, drugs are involved, violence involved, whatever. And what ended up taking place was, funnily enough, actually, it wasn't even anything to do with anybody. That I just happened to come round a corner as there was an issue between a guy and a lassie. And there was a bit of violence going on, the lassie was screaming. And I just got myself involved. And when I got myself involved again, right, it turned out the guy was an agricultural expert or something for Perth. And he was like the size of that door. And I've got into it with him. And he's hitting me off it was, basically, right? He's throwing me about. And I'm not, do you know, I can look after myself, do you know? But when somebody's big enough, they're just big enough. It's as simple as that. You can graft all day on them, but it makes no difference. And that's what he was kind of doing. It was like, I remember him bending a curb, and he'd get me on the ground, and my back felt as if it was going to break or a curb. And he was that big that when he was trying to punch us, he wasn't hitting me because he was too on top of me. And I thought, right, he's not managing to hit me here. So I've kind of got a breather. No. What he doesn't know is that I've got a knife, right? He's not aware of that, right? I've got a knife, do you know? So I'm not fighting this guy, do you know? I'm not rolling about, and do you know? You don't send a hitman on a mission and expect him to come back failed, Sean. It's as simple as that, do you know? So I'm not going to waste time. No, I'm looking for a result here. I'm not looking to get pounded into the ground like a bit of meat. No, for somebody I don't even know because I've involved myself. So I've produced a knife. And the minute I've touched him, he must have tippled with a knife. And I don't know if I've jabbed him with it or whatever. But he's new. And he's flew up like a scalded cat. And knew he's not so sure about. And he's guided. And I've went after him. And it's a lane in the Glasgow town centre that leads right onto Argyle Street. So it does. A line towards the Kingston Bridge. And I've chased him. I'm now angry, I'm pissed off now, and I'm after him. And he's run round the corner. And as he's run round the corner, I've ran after him, and I've tripped him up, I've kicked his feet away, and he's fell. And when he's fell, I can't remember the words that were used in court. It was something like, you'll not fucking try and rape any down here. It was something like that it was said. And I've sliced him, his neck. And when I've turned round, the police were standing right there, right in the middle of the road. And a taxi driver and two cops looking right at me. You know, like, and I looked right at him right there like that. And I've got the weapon on my hand and they're looking right at me. And there's no words exchanged. They've no dropped that weapon. They've no said nothing. I've no said a word to them. I've just walked as if the way I came, the way the corner I chased him round, I knew went back that way. And they've no said a word. And just so happens that the lassie that it's all happened with, she's walking towards us. And I've went, get rid of that, and gave her the thing and kept walking. And as I've got, I don't know, the next thing I've got surrounded with a riot van full of coppers, full kit on. No. right? And they think I've got a knife. Where's the knife? I've not got a knife. Where's the knife? So they now think I'm hiding it so that I've not got a knife. There's a fucking knife, blah, blah, blah. I've not got a knife. Next thing, they've shielded me and gave me a bit of the treatment. Know what I mean? And turns out there's no knives away. No, it was a pointless exercise on their part, but they roughed us up a bit and turned us over a bit. And then they've kind of put it together, obviously, when they've watched cameras and that. And the taxi driver, funnily enough, it had been talking about, he'd been giving them a running commentary and everything that was happening for his taxi. And they two just didn't want to approach us. They were like, leave them now until we get. So that was back to jail. No, I was like, right, here we go again. Back to jail, back to the same old grind, back to the same stuff.
Which one was it this time?
And it was Berlini then. It was Berlini. And the thing was, is that because I'd got 3 year, 9 months, I was under the 4 year mark. So what happened is that I basically done the whole thing. And as I was coming up to more or less getting out, a new charge came up. And I've got sentenced to another 16 months or something. And which should have took me technically into a long term thing, me. But I was working now with NA and people like that. So what they done is that half sentences had come in then. So because the half sentence routine had come in then, you know, it had brought me back under the radar down to thing me. So they went, right, look, you've only got had like 8 months to go, something like that. The 16 months, no, it was pointless. Registering us and putting us through an LTP nick. At that point, guys were waiting for maybe a year and a half to go to LTP nicks and that and whatever. So I would have never got there anyway. So they just left us where I was, and I just carried on, no. And eventually they threw me out of there, and that was me. I just went, no, it's back to the grind.
And how old are you at this point?
But now I'm probably what? Now I'm probably what, maybe 25, maybe 20, maybe 25, 26, maybe.
All right, Gerry. So during that sentence, were you battling the guards again like last time?
No, not so much. No, I'd got myself involved in trying to kind of pull myself together a bit and try to do something. Do you know? Once again, do you know, the old prison politics come into it and all, and then suddenly you're trying to do something good with yourself, and then suddenly, no, you're in that, you've whatever for doing it, know what I mean, and this and that, and the next thing, no, and you're not the flavour of the month for everybody because you're new working and you're trying to help guys, but to try and help guys in these situations, you need to kind of try and work with the staff as well. So it's a fine balance. A lot of guys aren't happy with you, and a lot of guys are getting help off you. What a lot of people don't realise is that when you're in a situation like, you're trying to help yourself as well. A lot of this isn't just about, it's not about them, and it's not necessarily about them. A lot of it's about me and trying to survive myself and trying not to kill myself. Do you know, with the behaviours and the conduct that I display on a daily basis on the outside. Because, do you know, I was told a long time ago, Sean, that I was going to kill somebody. A long time ago.
That was a prophecy.
And the guy told me straight to my face, a pal of mine.
How old?
I guess he's a good few years before that.
So you're in your 20s?
And me and him were locked up together in the same cell. And we became good. We didn't know each other for Adam. And he's one of the only cellmates I think that I've ever had that I enjoyed being I don't like anybody. They don't put anybody in with me. Anyway, nowadays, I get it single markered. Right, they keep it. I just don't wear it. But, well, I'm saying nowadays, but no, in the last whatever. And you don't necessarily get that in long-term prisons anyway. You know, you get your own space. But me and him, we were good pals and that. But he did say that to me one day. We were having a conversation, and he came out with it, and he says to me, "You didn't know you're going to kill somebody, didn't you?" And I went, "Which was?" He went, "It's written, it's wrote on you. It's wrote on you, no." He went, "You can see it, you can smell it off you." You know what I mean? I went, "That's a lot of nonsense." No, it's not. And it's not a lot of nonsense, do you know. He was bang on, do you know. He was bang on, 100%, you know. And not only that, I mean, it's you're battling that, and you've got cops asking you about other stuff that's going on. Know what I mean? And you're kind of it's put it this way, it's not the only one that's came across my path where I've been kind of looked at, do you know, and you're a good candidate for this sort of thing. Do you know what I mean? And that goes with the territory you're in, but do you know, even to the point where you're kind of like, and funnily enough, we were talking about England earlier. Do you know, it was just at that point where I done a disappearing act to England because of a situation that took place outside. I got out after that sentence, and actually that must have been about 1995, 6, thereabouts, and a situation arose in the Gorbals. And what had happened was I carry a lot of guilt about this as well, do you know, my brother. And it was a situation I created. Had nothing to do with my brother. Absolutely nothing to do with him. And I'd created it all a space of time with these guys, with this family, with my behaviours, with the way I done things, you know, taking stuff off people, you know, this and that, you know, just kind of, just all the nonsense that comes with addiction and all the crap that comes with that whole sort of territory, drug dealing, drug using, you know, both together, whatever. And I created a situation with a family that I'd always had a bit of a nip with, always, for a way back, for my dad batting one of the brothers, or something like that, a way back 150 years ago kind of thing. And for I was a boy, these two same brothers always kind of put themselves about a bit and whatever, and it always annoyed me. So it did, and I had a couple of run-ins with him. And as time was going on, I was getting more annoyed with him and more annoyed. And I could have told they two that eventually something really bad was going to happen and it wasn't going to be me. They never ever thought that. They thought the other thing. They thought, we'll throw our weight about down here and we'll do what we want. I knew different. I could have told them different years before it. I always knew it would come to it. And it did come to it. Do you know, one day at 5 o'clock or whatever it was, and I came round the corner and they were like surrounding my brother. I'm like, what's going on here? What do you mean? What's my brother's like? What's this all about? No, he didn't even know what it was about. I went, you come out. No, I mean, just, you know, there's got to be 6, 7, 8 of them, whatever, maybe a wee bit more, do you know, all around my brother. I went, come out. No, and he came out. And I opened my jacket and he went, what have you got in your jacket? And I went, doesn't matter what I've got in my jacket. I went, you come out and got my brother out. I says, let's go. And I took him down this road where it's like a dark road anyway, and they decided to follow on. What they don't know is I'm 10 steps ahead. I'm actually taking them down because I'm going to hijack one of them. You know what I mean? No, I know exactly where I'm going on this road. I know exactly the bit where I'm going to. I know exactly where I'm going to hide, and I know exactly where I'm going to grab the first one that comes round the corner. Do you know? They just don't know that. They think they're coming down there to do whatever they want. Do you know? Because there's a wee gang of them. Do you know what I mean? The next part of the thing is where it kind of goes a wee bit wrong. Do you know? And what happens is that one of them does come round, I confront him, it just happens to be this one. It could have been anybody, Sean. This guy wasn't picked for this. Do you know, it could have been anybody. It was the first one of them that came round that way. And I confronted him. What you go? I'm going to kill you. I said, well, you're going to kill me, mate. You would have done it already. Do you know, you're just standing there telling me you're going to kill me and then kill me. That doesn't make sense, no. And blah, 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 and this and that and shit. And what I didn't expect and what I didn't see, what I didn't know is one of them had punched my brother in the face before I got there. And it must have really, see, for my brother to get involved in violence, it took a lot. It must have really, really annoyed him. But I don't know if it merited the next bit. Because what my brother's done is, my brother was carrying his jacket. Do you know these cobblestones you get that you put in a concrete, that you lay in concrete, and there's like hundreds of them? He's got like a cobblestone like this size, like a pebble, and dropped it into the end of his jacket. Right? Pretty good weapon. No, kudos for the thinking. Right? We're talking about weapons, right? And people using their heads, right? That's got to be, right? So you're talking about it's in the sleeve of his jacket, and it's like this. I've never seen a guy fawn like this before, right? It just attached itself to his face. I was busy telling him what was happening, and I just, that's all and I went, and it was just stuck to him. In his sleeve of his jacket, and a guy just went, boom. And I went off. He's hit, man, let's go. And I took my brother away for the scene. As I say, my brother's no the type of guy that was like, he's dead, my brother, no, and God rest him, no, and he wasn't a violent guy, my brother. A lot of stuff my brother done was influenced my behaviours. A lot of people know that, and a lot of people say it still to this day. Do you know, his brother just kind of followed him, and he's the one with a nasty streak. Well, he didn't have a bad bone in his body, no, and we got round the corner. I went, come on, I need to take you away. And he just burst out greeting. I says, what's wrong? I don't know what I've done. What have I done? I says, mate, it's... And probably no many people, it's going to come out now that we're talking about the story, but no many people know that's part of the story, apart from the people that know me a bit better. And my brother started, and will you please go back and see if he's all right? Go back and see if he's... I went... You know, and I thought, you've killed him. Do you know, he's gone. Do you know, come on. But it's no point in, please go back. And I went, right. I says, we're going to get to jail here. No, cops will be on their way, blah, blah, blah. Please. No, but he's upset bad. So I decided to go back and check on this punter. And I goes round the corner. I don't even know if this guy's aware of this actually to this day, you know. So he's going to be made aware of it. No, it makes no difference. And when we got round the corner there, I went back and, you know, I don't even know how to describe it. You're talking about somebody lying on their back with their whole face beveled like that. And, like, no, it's just, that's it, just beveled. And there's no blood, the blood's sitting just there. There's no blood running off him or anything like that. Blood's just sitting right in a pool there. And I went, oof. I went, he's done for. Do you know? And as I went to walk away, actually, that's when he must have been trying to breathe, and bubbles were, coming round about. And I went, right, he's still weighs at this point, do you know? And it's all right laughing, do you know? And I've laughed about this and that, and I've said this to people, do you know, it's kind of horrific, no, but I do remember thinking, no, help him out a bit here, you know what I mean, and stamped on him another couple of times and that to make sure that he was kind of kicked into a recovery position, on his head and his face and whatnot, and then going back and saying to him, well, it's all right, he's in a recovery position, I've helped him. After going back and kicking the guy again and stamping on him again, just to be nasty and just to be bad and just to be and they rebuilt that guy's face, or a 10-hour operation. Do you know, his nose was smashed through his nasal cavity that far that they thought it pierced his brain. They told his missus that he wasn't going to get through the night. Do you know, his Waynes didn't recognise him. It's...
So you went to England after that happened.
It's no good. It's the thought of, do you know, just the thought of that there kind of upsets me, the fact that, do you know, that you hear about kids and that's the stuff we don't think about. That's the stuff that you hear later and that you see later and you go, do you know what? They're the victims, they're real victims here. Because it's alright us being out on these roads, it's alright us out on the pavements, doing whatever we like to each other, right? Just random violence, do you know, because he imagined slights or what we think made us look bad or what we thought was a deal gone bad or he didn't treat me right or whatever. No, and people's Waynes have done nothing. They've done nothing. People's wives have done nothing, do you know, and they've got to take that on their shoulders, do you know, and live with that. And funnily enough, I did see the guy, I'm saying not that long ago, just before I got out of prison, I seen him, you know, and only reason I recognised him was because of his name. And I heard a school saying it, and I checked a board to make sure I was hearing the right things, you know, and he came and, I can't remember, he came and asked for, the school sent him for something, anyway, in my pal. And he came as I was there, and I can't remember what he asked for, do you know, he asked my pal for, I don't know, can you get me a pair of jeans, whatever, do you know, and I remember saying to him, you'll be lucky to get here alive, don't you worry about denims, you know what I mean, because my brother pled guilty to that, so as that they could drop it against me, because people were saying the kind of worst stuff about us, do you know. And there's people to this day, you know, that I wouldn't name because of their families and that, no. I know that people think are tough guys, and I've heard stuff about them on YouTube and this and that, you know, and I've heard gangsters geeing them up and this and that, and the next thing, the fact of the matter is that some of them were witnesses against me for it, do you know, but that's besides the point, you know, that doesn't make what took place any better there. And then to go like that, and you'll be lucky to get here alive. No, if you've not insulted him enough without putting that on him, the guy's landed in jail beside you. You know what I mean? But I'm like...
How long were you in England for?
Well, I decided to go to England. I took my brother to England. And I decided to take him there to get him out the road, you know, while we tried to deal with what we were trying to deal with in here, because the issue here was now is that we were more likely, there was statements saying that I had been heard discussing stuff like this, and so the thing was that it was now looking as if you're attempting to murder him and you're conspiring to murder him. Things aren't looking good at all on my end because of some of the stuff witnesses are saying, which was lies, by the way. I never conspired to murder anybody. That just is the way it happened. No, there was no conspiracy in it, do you know, but people had said things had happened in the press and they'd overheard me saying things, a lot of nonsense anyway. So we're trying to get it looked at anyway. Once again, my ma's trying to get it dealt with. It's on her shoulders. She's having to try and see if she can, you know, she's looking at speaking to my lawyer, doing whatever, trying to sort it out, you know, and trying to do whatever you do to sort these things out, you know, and we're doing there, and things are going no too bad, do you know what I mean? He's doing whatever he's doing. I kind of separated from him, and he was doing whatever he was doing, I was doing whatever I was doing. He's going into some incident with some guy, you know, some guys tried to slash him, you know.
Where was that?
That's at Camden.
In London?
Aye, so... And there's been an incident with a guy later on, and he's basically, he's turned up, deed the guy anyway, that's the bottom line, do you know. And I'm getting looked at for it, do you know, straight away. I'm getting looked at for it. me and another guy that he is dead now and all. Do you know, a guy killed himself. He's getting looked at it. My brother was getting looked at it to start halfway, and then they it wasn't so much. So there was a spell in Wandsworth prison for a while, which isn't a place I'd recommend anybody go back to. Do you know, I thought, like, what's going on here? Thugs, this, that. What was even scarier, but was it first they tried to take us to Brickton prison. And the guy, when I got there, the governor came and said, you've got a reception committee waiting on you. I went, right. Who? He went, you do understand the amount of black people that's in this prison, didn't you? I thought, I'm sorry for swearing. I thought, here we go. No, surely no. I went, well, I'm not bothered too much. I says, I'll take my chances. Oh, you can't hang me and all that. I says, mate, you're not getting me to lock my door under any circumstances. I won't agree to that. I says, so you'll need to do whatever you do. Put me in a seg unit, do whatever. I says, but you'll need to force a rule on me. I'm not accepting protection. If anybody under any circumstances, it just isn't, it's not going to happen. And about an hour later, another van turned up. They went, you're going to Wandsworth, you're getting through it. I thought, man, no. So we kind of starting to debate at that point, whether the tough guy routine was going to last or no, I'm going like that at that point. I'm bluffing my way through this at this point. No, I'm going like that. I don't know, hang me will touch me. No, I'm playing the heavy. No, I'm playing poker with this guy, you know what I mean? Going like that. No, what? I'll bluff this guy. I'm not. And if I would have to walked into it, I'd have took my punishment. No, I would have, because I couldn't have locked my door. You could never come back to Scotland. And I went like that, you know, you need to, it's just a thing that we don't do in Scotland. It's see people that do these things, it stays with you forever.
Was there many people from Glasgow in Wandsworth?
No, they put me in with a guy from Dundee. And he was crazy. No. And I went, mate, I can't sit with you. And I ended up in with a guy from, what's that place called? Surreal. I ended up in with a guy from Surreal who was brand new. So he was all right, a guy. And I ended up in with him, and he was brand new, and he couldn't really talk English or that, you know, but this other punter for Dundee, and they thought, this guy's Scottish, we'll put him in with another Scottish guy. The Scottish guys that were on the landing were all crazy. No, I'm saying they're all crazy. I don't know what they're thinking about me at this point. They probably think the same about me, but they were kind of a different type of crazy, you know, they were like nuts. And I went, I'm not sitting with this punter, man. I went, I can't know. And he was coming out with mad, you know, random stuff that I was like, no, and he was going on about his wife, and he was going on about this, and he was going on about this, and that, and I get it, that Hardman, I get my hands, and I went, no, what, here, you need to bolt. No, so...
Did anything pop off in Wandsworth?
There was a couple of situations, where I got requested to go and see a guy downstairs.
What caused that?
Obviously the black and white thing. Do you know? I went, I'm not going to see anybody anywhere. Do you know what I mean? Bought myself a wee bit of time and armed myself. No, and went, right, I'll go down and see him now. I don't mind now going down to see him. No, I mean, I'll go down and confront him now on my terms. No, I'm not going down on his. He's got a couple of punters that are they're bodyguards, basically. No, I mean, you sell a couple of bodyguards.
Slow down. Describe going into the cell.
So they've come up to me.
Oh, they've come up to you?
Aye, right. I didn't go into this. They've come up to me. This is about a week before it.
How many?
2 of them. And I'm not, you know the way they talk, these guys, you know, the man, he want to see you on the twos. No, I'm like, right, who's the man, right? You go and see him. No, I went, tell the man to go and f*** himself. That's what you can tell him. Know what I mean? No, okay, we time me Jock. I say, stop calling me Jock. Don't call me Jock again. No, he's went, I says, you tell whatever you want. Off, away you go. Know what I mean? So it went down, but I know now it's on straight away. No, I know that's it. That's my cue to get myself and put myself into gear, and right, something's happening now, and I'm getting looked at, and
so your mindset is you got to take it to them before they get you.
Aye, so I've kind of sourced a couple of punters on the landing, a couple of Londoners and that, and I've went, right, okay, and by the time I've tippled who's who and who's doing what, and I've got myself armed. And I went, right, here we go. They don't even know I'm coming at this point. You know what I mean? So when I've turned up in front of them, they're kind of at the door, like in the kind of halfway in the in shot of the door. And as I've come round onto the thing, they're no far coming round the bend, and I went, where's this guy? No, and they're kind of caught out of. I went, where is he? Watch, and just kind of barged myself right into the cell. But when I barged myself right in, there's 4 or 5 of them there. And I went, the place is stinking. No, the place is stinking, man. Stinking of green. I'm like, right, here we go. What's happening? You want looking for me? Oh, you hang me, blah, blah. But I went, I didn't do nothing, mate. I said, that's not true. Actually, I says, I'm not guilty of doing anything. You thing me, wee. I says, nah. Got to rang guy, mate. No. I went, don't come near me. I says, you come for me. I says, you're sorry. I says, your head. It's simple. You know what I mean? I says, you come for me. I says, and it's on. I'll know if you come up to that flat. You know what I mean? I says, I'll know. No. He's been, man, where are you from? I says, I come for the Gorbals. He went, Gorbals, Jimmy Boyle. And I've just produced a knife. And I went, watch, man. I've just produced this big blade. I went, no, what? I says, I've done more than a day in what Jimmy Boyle done in his lifetime. I went, don't come up the flat. I says, it's on straight away for you, or anybody that's sent today with you. And a couple of days later, he tried to send me a bag of green up. I went, take that back, man. I went, away you go with that. Just stay off the landing. Don't come near me. Know what I mean? I went, I don't want nothing to do with you. No, just stay away. No, because I'm going like to myself at this point. This mob might be plotting or might be whatever, but they folded. Sorry, they folded, a whole lot of them. No, and I kind of knew that by the way they were. I'm not bad at reading these situations, you know what I mean? I kind of knew as soon as he kind of seen the Sheffield and that.
It was a heart check.
I went, this mobber, I'm no up for it. You know what I mean? There's more talk here than what there is action, so I kind of just left it at that. And then there was an issue with problems with, I don't know, with the guy, there was issues with a report on an autopsy report or something to do with what on his lungs, and there was no charge of stuff like that and whatever, or there was nothing was ever mentioned about there was no what on his lungs. That's what it was, and there had been multiple statements made about being put in canals and this and that and that thing.
Comes close to the mic.
So so when he's breathing, basically, he's not been any water on his. No, he didn't get. Whatever. Yeah, but and then he takes to court and releases for court. Tell a lie, don't release us for court. The bail is for court. He looked into this, and that comes back here. So I'm like, get my gear together. No, that's stuff. We call them passmen. They're called orderlies down there. I went, mate, get my box together with my gear and that. I guy, no, he's went, I'm having my coffee. I've kind of blew up on my bit. What are you talking about having coffee? It's not your job to have coffee. Right? It's your job to get my gear, man, so as I can bolt. He's went and he's grassed us. The screws have come round. Would you threaten your orderly? I went, no. He went, here, we'll kick you up and down. So we will, one word out of you, we'll jump all over you. Know what I mean? This isn't Scotland. Know what I mean? I went, right. He's went just anchor where he unlocked the door. And see if I'd have kept my mouth shut. By chance, I might have got myself away. That's no harm. They've come in a couple of minutes later and went, Scottish cops are looking for you. We have to keep you. I went, oh no, deflated. Kentish Town cop shop for 4 days, waiting on Scottish cops coming. I went, kisses the pits, man. And when they brought us up here, it's for the carry on up here. And it's for a drug squad operation that's took place in Glasgow. And there's 17s meant to be all co-accused that the drug squad have identified as whatever. And the 2 brothers that are involved in the carry on with the face smashing and that, they are 2 of my co-accused. I've went, you couldn't write this. I've went, come on, man. I've went, so they've been identified as doing whatever at the same time as me. I says, they've ended up getting the treatment and I've ended up with 2 co-accused. I went, how are they going to work that out? They ain't putting him in the dock beside me. Know what I mean? I says, that's not going to happen. But as it turned out, the cops had made a blunder of the whole operation and 16 has walked away from it. There was only one guy ever that was convicted, and he was only convicted because he pled guilty to something. The only reason he pled guilty is because he had grassed somebody and he didn't want it to come out. So he was a wee snitch anyway. So really and truly, you know, he kind of got his comeuppance. Everybody else got away with it. So it wasn't too bad. It wasn't. I'm saying it wasn't too bad. You know, the damage done to communities, man, probably just with these 17 different people. You know, it's probably you couldn't measure. And you know, but that's that's how it went, you know.
So did you get released?
So we were released under investigation.
This is you and your brother?
He was released prior. He was released before me. Me and another guy, you know. And then the other boy that I was with, you know, the other boy that was saying me, he committed suicide, the guy. So he did. And it just kind of died a death at that point.
What year was that, Gerry?
That must have been about... That's going to be 95, 96 for it.
How old are you at that point?
I'm about 26, 27 maybe.
Okay.
At that point in time.
And then what happened next?
I was in jail for something else on a short-term thing. Something that came up, whatever it was. It was a short-term thing. If I remember right, it was a 16-month sentence or something that I'm trying to remember. I think it was for resetting a diamond ring, or pleading to resetting a diamond ring. It was theft of a diamond ring, actually, and I pled to resetting the diamond ring. And what happened was that I'd got a sentence for it, and my old man, he was in at the same time. So he was in at the same time. He was convicted for drugs or something like some type of drugs.
So did you see him inside your dad?
Aye, I used to see him daily at the work party. Do you know what I mean? You see him daily at the work party. So he would. And
how did that feel to see your dad in prison?
Aye.
How did it feel?
I've been in prison, right? Now, he's not what the old landings are like if you look at Berlin, for talking sake, and it's, what do you call them? The landings. It's not like in any of the new builds that you see, you know, the new Nicks with tables and all that. It's just tiers, like first flat, second flat, top. I was on a flat in Berlin, right? Funnily enough, right? In the very first section, I think, if I remember right, is number 2 to number 11. Or number 13, I think it might be. That's like the first section. Then you've got the Screws Bridge. Then you've got the next section, Berlin. See that one section? Number 2, number 5, and number 9. Me, my dad, my brother. Tell a lie. My dad, me, and my brother.
Wow.
On the one section. Carnage. Absolute carnage. You know what I mean? That was bad. It was no bad, right enough. It was back in the day before the computers weren't really in at that time. So canteens used to use cash cards and that. So I could go down and spend my old man's money and that. No, I mean, man, he had the same name as me, no. And then he would go down to his canteen, his cash card would have been spent. He'd come back up and he'd go, do it again, I'm going to crash you, I'm telling you. I'd be like, that's not going to happen, know what I mean? And down and spent his money and that, no. My brother, he was just mental altogether, know what I mean, on that landing, no. He was like, he'd dreadlocks, he'd red hair, and he'd dreadlocks down to there, like proper dreadlocks. And I was talking to Chris about this actually, and he wanted in with me. And the screws are gone, he's only gone in together. It's simple, we're not putting it to he's in together. He's like, oh, blah, blah, he's went like, here, can I get a haircut? The screw went like him. No, you're not getting a haircut. He went, how no? He went, in case you make a rope out of that, right? So he took the hump and started shouting at the screw, he did the screw a bollocking, right? And the screw went, here, how'd you get your hair like that anyway? And he was funny, my brother. He was one of the guys that, you know, he could make you laugh dead easy. And he went, pure effing neglect, right? And that's what it looked like as well. There's horrible, dirty looking things, I think. No, like especially if your hair's red. I was like, get rid of him, shave him off, do something with him. Nah, I'm keeping them, man. I think they're great, no. Aye, but the screws kind of hang me now. And he's swindled his way in with a thing, me. I can't read and write. I need my brother to read and write for me. I can't read and write. You're not going in with your brother, we'll read and write for you. Right, all right, that's no bother then. All right, we'll write you a letter. Right, okay, what do you want to say? Right, here, see when I get a holiday, I'm going to do this to you. The screws went, here, long as this letter going to be? He went, I usually write about 10 or 12 pages. The screws went, get your gear together, man. Like, yeah. I ended up flinging them in. It was the worst mistake I ever made. Getting in with a relative. Oh, it's brutal. So I hated it. It was worse than anybody I've ever been in with. I was like, that's his murder. Aye. And me and him and my old man on the one flat. Oh, there's some situations, mate. It's
who got out first?
I ended up doing on the thing, me, but that guy we were talking about earlier on, the guy, and I jumped off the bed. And that's when that happened. So they're bringing cake, and they deliver the thing he's round the doors in Berlin, right? It's always freezing on plates. No, it's like, man, it's just they're savage, man. But they're bringing this custard round this day and this cake, and it's like one of the better things you get to eat. So I'm like lying on one bed, he's lying on another. I'm like, this cake and custard's coming round, no? So they usually just put 2 bowls down behind me and that. But I'm like, I want one with the biggest amount in it. So see, as soon as the doors open for the dinner, I flew up off the bed dead, right up off the bed dead, quick. And I took a dizzy turn. And I've went all that thing me way, right, man. I've went down like Bambi, right, right onto the deck. And the screws and that have panicked. So they've panicked and think I took a fit. So next thing they've got nurses and all that and whatever, but I'm up on my feet now. I'm going, mate, I just got to. No, you need to go to the bottom flat now. I went, come on, man. No, you need to go down there. Doctor says he wants you down there for 72 hours until such times as he can tell that you're not going to take another fit. I went, I'm no epileptic, mate. I don't take fits. I took a dizzy turn, right, out of greed and end up killing her. Like, oh no, you've got to go down there and that. Right, so if I'm away, some punters are built and they're just going like at him as they come through the co-op. Send him up the road. No, instead of going like that, no, what? Send him right back to the A&E. In fact, don't send him to the A&E. Give him a letter to pass right through onto a ward and get a bed ready for him. No, and the strongest meds you can find, and we'll bring him back to court in a month. He's the guy's just, that wee guy was lost, man. And I was even more lost being in with him. I went, I can't mind actually, and actually see after all that and all, it was funny about all that and all. See after all that, we were all thinking, I think it was me going first, in fact, no. And I was like, man, I went here, and I was telling my pal, he went, what? I went, I'm telling you, I went, this guy was something else, you know what I mean? But he's ended up anyway, man. Us three were on that landing, no, and it was chaos, man. So we ended up there. Everybody ended up sentenced in that. My brother, he'd been in Torquay and he'd been done on a boat with half a ton of hash or something. On a boat. Something to do with, I don't know, a fisher boat or something. I don't know what it was anyway, but he stayed down there a way back then. And they'd come into Scottish waters or something, or whatever it was. So we've all landed together, but the what do you call it? It's one of the things, when you're in jail, and then my old man got out and got into a car accident, and that was that. It was back to, and it's strange that, because it's, and the last thing that I done, with my dad, and it's kind of, it's a rotten feeling thinking about it. On a kind of more serious note, it's, he'd got out, and I got a guy that was getting out that morning to go and see him, and I went, go and see him and get XYZ off him. Bring it to such and such, he's coming up tonight to see his brother. He'll get to his brother will get to me. So he's like, okay, no bother. Bang, he's away up anyway to do it, whatever. It's like 6 o'clock at night or whatever. And the boy goes away to visit, whatever. He goes away to visits, whatever. And that. But he comes back for, a guy comes back for a visit early and goes like, me, Gerry, I'm not sure about what's going on. He went, but my brother was on his way up here. A boy from the Gorbals was on his way up here. Something's happened at Ballata Street in the Gorbals, and I think your dad's involved in it. It's something to do with, there's an accident. So I didn't really know what it was, do you know what I mean, or whatever, but within 10 minutes of that getting said, they're shouting me into the office, and what's happened is he's been in a road traffic accident down there, do you know, he's killed instantly. No, he's gone instantly. He's 8 times all a drink drive limit. That's his drink level, and he's got about 5 different types of drugs in him, right? Downers and this and that and the next thing. And he's not got the response to be able to, he's not got the response in his body to be able to react fast enough to put his hands out or to protect himself. So he's took a full bang, full on thing, mate. No, and he's killed, stone dead with a head injury on the road. Know what I mean? Between getting into a motor and a woman getting into him, or coming out a motor and a woman getting into him, whatever it was. But the woman was doing 30 mile an hour. ABS system, no, that proved that she wasn't doing any more than, no, she was within the limit. And I was actually a woman for the PF's building that worked in the PF building. But that was kind of a bit of a sore one to take when somebody comes back for a visit and goes, there, that thing for your dad. I'm like, what the No, man, surely no, man. It's
How did that affect you, Gerry?
Nah, I gutted us, know what I mean? I was like, man, no. And the thing was, is that, as much as my old man had he'd kind of go to sell bad with drugs and booze and this and that, and he'd lost all the money he had and everything he'd had and blah, 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 and whatever and that, and it was still pretty bad, no. Our relationship was strained, I know, no, just with that lifestyle, and it was like that, and we were always kind of arguing and into it and whatever, and a lot of the stuff that we were into about was a lot of the stuff that my behaviour created, and then he had to pick the bits up for, or whatever, or people he knew would be at him going like, he's done this or done that, or whatever, and he'd been doing that all his life with his brothers and all that as well. So he's like, that's fine, what's going on here? But it was a pretty hard one to take, and I kind of, just because of the lifestyle I was living and whatever, and it was just coming up to going to jail like for a long time, and I think what I done with it is I just went like that, put it out of the road. Know what I mean? No want to even deal with that. Don't want to, And I think that's what I done with it, and to an extent, I think that's still what happens with it a lot, It's still something that's got to be revisited and re-looked at, definitely, because it's something that it does come back quite often, and I'm quite, it gets me quite caught up, and at that point, it was I'd get out, and as I say, there wasn't much time involved at all between getting out and then getting the nick again, do you know, and I was nicked for 6 years, no, again, and that was for abduction and assault to severe injury, permanent disfigurement, whatever it was. It was all nonsense like that.
What was the circumstances surrounding that one?
The circumstances of that was hijacking a guy for money, and I was going to take his merc off him, I know, but he paid money, do you know, he thinged me. So he'd paid money for that, and what I'd done was another guy, actually, funnily enough, he'd owed his money, and I stuck a hooker into him to get a hold of him, that he kind of always wanted to be about, know what I mean? So I honey trapped him, basically, into a house, and he went for a bath, kind of sharpish, know what I mean? So there was a bit of bathing going on, and a bit of hot water involved and stuff like that, that kind of nonsense, know what I mean? So he got his toes and fingers burnt a wee bit and whatnot, and he got a wee bit of working over and whatnot, and so the cops caught us at a house, and they'd linked his DNA and everything. He was on the roof and everything. You know what I mean? It was everywhere. No, it was on the ceiling and everything. So the house was like a butcher's window, man. And so he'd been went to court for it, and it was a 6-year sentence on it. And that was in Kilmarnock prison. And that's what I was telling you, Kilmarnock prison. So I was down there involved in all that nonsense down there, and then I was due to get out. And when I was due to get out, there was a non-parole leave, and I went out there and got involved with this character through, it was just you same thing again, drugs again. What I didn't know, well, that's not exactly what happened. What happened was that the night before, he'd been, it was an attempt murder charge that was on him, that I was charged with on him. And I think, if I remember right, that was a Friday night. So he was gone. He was gone for anywhere near that scene or whatever. What I didn't know was that he'd ripped somebody off, and they wanted their money back. And the house that I'd done this to him in, and now took off him basically and sent them packing, everybody that was in the house, I was now using for my own activities. So he's gone. I don't even know where he was in hospital, what he was doing. All I know is he was badly injured when I left him.
When you were serving this sentence, did there come a point when you started to reflect on your life? Or did that come even later?
When I was dying.
So during this sentence, you were dying, and didn't something happen to your brother and sister as well?
My mother first died. My mother get cancer in her brain. So that was about 211 ish.
And that was into that sentence. How many years in, do you think?
I'm about going to be about 10 at that point. About 10
years in, your mother died.
So she's passed away with cancer. So that was a bad one, because we were really tight. Do you know what I mean, Mama? That was rough. So it was, and it was even more rough because of the situation with my health, you know, and my liver was failing, and do you know, and I was on a transplant list, and she was going, you'll be all right, you'll ring me, blah, 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 the usual stuff that people, do you know, at Mass say to you and that and whatever, and she was always up checking on us and whatever, and out of the 10 years probably that I wasn't well, I'd done about 7 of them in hospital, Sean.
How many?
It was
7?
It was about 7 years out of
hospital?
Yeah, out of 10 years that I was ill.
You were close to death?
I was about 7 of them done in hospital, and I'd went up to a point where I was like 26 stone. I'd went up to a point like I was 26 stone. Do you know, I was massive, carrying masses of water. They were taking me down every week and a half or so, puncturing big needles through between my ribs and taking water away for 19, 20 litres at a time.
And did you say you had liver cancer? Was it hepatitis?
What I had fatty tissue, non-alcoholic fatty tissue liver disease.
Okay.
And this build up of fat that I had in my liver was just mere immense. And I just went to sit one day and I just took no well. And then it just all came about, and as the time went on, I got sicker and sicker and sicker. And then I was going into hospital, 5 months in hospital, 2 months in hospital, coming back out, 3 weeks, 2 weeks, sometimes a couple of days, sometimes another few months, and that's what it was like. And you could kind of set your watch by it, that was the thing. You could kind of, you could come back to the prison, and I could kind of go like that to myself, at a certain point, I'll be going back to hospital shortly. And surely, within, you could feel it. And funnily enough, the nurses and that could see it, and so could the screws, and so could the other cons. And there was times when I had toxins running through my body and my liver couldn't produce, and I was doing things like going out onto the landing and cutting fruit up on the flare. Like eating it off a flare, stuff like that, doing weird stuff, going up with thingy packets where there's original packets and going like that, right here, that's to go to the bars we buy burgers, blah blah, just crazy trippy stuff, all stuff like that. And obviously when you're doing that with nurses, or you're doing that with screws, or you're doing that with our cons, they were just going like, an ambulance for them. That was the kind of way it was. It got to a point where and I wasn't even wearing clothes. I was so big, carrying so much weight and so much water, that I just had pyjamas on constantly. I wore pyjamas for years. They didn't bother about me going anywhere in the jail with pyjamas. If I would have wanted, I could have problem with doing the visit with pyjamas on, but I took the time to put clothes on to go to the visits. But as I say, I went for Stirling Hospital, to the one, the Larbert and New Falkirk one, and then Edinburgh transplant unit, obviously. But I'd spent years and years there, and the guards knew me like, they knew me like, as if we were family. I knew things about their private life. It was like that type thing. I knew them that well. There was one me guy, and he's like, listen, when you get out, son, you'll be all right. Come, my wife will meet us to eat pie. And they would bring us in things to eat. They would buy us things to eat. At one point, I couldn't get stuff delivered for the prison quick enough. Get clean pyjamas. They're taking their time, messing about as usual. And a woman went out and bought me t-shirts and pyjamas. A guard. One of like the G4S guards. They're called something. They were Reliance guards back then. So they were all right ways. And then my ma died. And when my ma died, suddenly it went, there was a whole different setup. Suddenly you're going for having visitors all the time and whatever. My ma kept everything together, And there was a lot of people that let things down. And I let a lot of people down, I know, after being no well and getting out. But at the same time, a lot of people had made promises to my ma about what they would do, because my ma was always worried. Will he be all right? What's going to happen if he's no all right? And that. My ma, I thought I was a wee boy still, the way she'd treat me, and never complained once about when she was dying. Do you know what I mean? But then that happens, and I'm like, right, whole change of setup, and did I have my No, I didn't have my transplant at that point. No, I'm still... And I'd went to Edinburgh. They moved me to Edinburgh. They moved me from Glen to Edinburgh prison as a lodger because it's Edinburgh transplant unit I'm at. And then one day I get shouted out and I goes in, the cops are there. Do you know, hey, what's up? Your sister's missing. Do you know, what do you mean my sister's missing? Your sister's been reported missing, blah, blah, blah. But she's got a kid at this point, right? And not only that, her husband's committed suicide, right? And I'm thinking, what do you mean my sister's missing? Missing where? Well, she's just went off her radar. Is there anywhere you know where she could be? No, I don't know where she could be. Use her cops. I'm not. What are you asking me for? Just in case or somewhere that she might have turned up or she might go or she might whatever, right? No, I don't know. Fair enough, bang. So they're away. So as you say, 2 weeks in, you know, and then we get something like 6 weeks in and suddenly it's the CID that are there. It's no cops now. Want to have a chat with you about your sister? Well, what's happened? Where is she? If you're looking for her? Oh, we think that somebody might have done something to her because of something that you've done to somebody in the past. I went, oh, come on, man. And I went, no, you're playing games at this point. No. I went, who do you honestly think that people that I know or that I've done anything to are going to target my sister and do anything to her and disappear her, right? I went, you are watching too many films. I went, go and find my sister, wherever she is. The end result was that she was found in a building 11 weeks later in a place called Springburn in Glasgow. And the thing is that my sister wouldn't ever known how to get out of Springburn, so she must have travelled or she must have looked or whatever. And I think we guys went in to play kicking about a ball or something. Went in through a window in an old building or something, and she was there and she'd been there for 11 weeks. You know, so she's gone. So it's another blow. Know what I mean? It's like...
What was the cause of death?
And they never really established the cause of death. What they did establish was that it wasn't... that there wasn't any suspicions about it. They couldn't really pinpoint it because of the amount of time it had went by. But what they could pinpoint was a load of drugs and alcohol and an overdose of kind of bath in her, whatever it was that they could know. So what she's done is it's actually, I think the end result was what had happened when she went in there with no plans to do that. And what happened was, I think, she became unconscious and hypothermia set in. And what's happened is, because when they found her, she was naked. And what happens with hypothermia is that you think you're roasting when it's and she's tore all her clothes off. And what's happened is that basically the cold's got her before I don't even know she took enough drugs to kill her or me. And again, it's one of the things you're like, come on, man. And I was at that point in time where I was done. I was like, you know what, I'm done. I couldn't care less if I died now. You know, I was at that point where I'd had enough. There was too much invasive treatments that I'd went through. I'd been too sore for too long. There'd been too much done to me, you know, cutting into me, putting lines through my neck. You know, I've got scars all on me where they're putting tubes through me and putting them through my neck and putting them up. Do you know, I'm going, come on. You know what I mean? You know, I've got tubes coming out me left, right and centre. Do you know, I've got water pushing its way out my skin. I'm that heavy. You know, it's a disaster. And I remember at her funeral thinking, do you know what? I could throw myself in there the now and just say, here, just bury me here the now and all. You know, that was the kind of thought, do you know what I mean? And but obviously, do you know, you need to kind of keep plodding through. So that was it. Really weird now in the hospital. It's like, nobody knew. Like, do you know, and as I say, I know a couple of family members came and went and whatnot, and but it wasn't like my sister and my ma. And then we got into the August 2012. We got into August 2012, and we were at a point where my system was just shutting down. You know, and actually, funnily enough, they came in to do their normal checks on me that day, and then the doctor came in to do a check on me, and then the next thing they went, we need to take you intensive care. And I was like, intensive care for what? No, we need to take you down there, like, we're going to intubate you, put you to sleep. No, and I'm like, put you to sleep for what? they went, oh, your heart's failing and all that, but I didn't actually feel a thing. I went, listen, are you sure? Because it was like this. It was one of the days where I wasn't in pain, or I wasn't. Ethan rang me, it was one of the better days. Oh, aye, we need to take you down. We're going to have to take you down. We're going to put you to sleep, blah, blah, blah. I've been here to go, know what I mean? No, and so they put us to sleep and intubated us. And then obviously I've came to again. But they're breathing for me now and that and whatnot. And I'm like, but I'm freaking out because I'm obviously something else is breathing for you and I'm starting to panic, you know what I mean? So they've kind of sedated us a bit, and I'm kind of alright with it. I've started kind of letting that breathe instead of trying to breathe on top of the thing it's breathing for me. And then they basically, they went, your meds are, it's pointless at this point. We're giving you medication that your liver can't produce, can't break down. No, the toxins in your body can't get broke down. They're poisoning you, the whole bit. No, so what we're going to do is that we're just going to withdraw it kind of thing and just, hope for the best. We'll keep you comfortable, kind of thing. But you probably will die. Know what I mean? That's the kind of bottom line here. Without a liver, you won't last long. No. And when they took my liver out, it was only size of a fist. It should be size of a football. No, and an adult male should be roughly the size of a football. It was only size of a fist.
When they said that to you, though, that you're about to die, what are you thinking at that point?
I thought, man, good.
Good. You had enough.
It was... It's pretty bad. To think that you get like that. But the other side of that coin is that, I'm human and all. And when you've had enough, you've had enough. That's the thing. And you're just sick of being sick. You're just sore. You're just, people are, they're putting big needles in you. It's all invasive stuff. It's horrible. You're like that, and you're chained to screws. They're wanting to chain themselves to you. Even when you're at your sickest, they're wanting to chain themselves to you. And you're going, what's it all about? Do I need to keep doing more years and years of this? No. And they're going, there isn't more years of this. No, you're lucky if you've got days of this left. That's why we need to tell you this. And I'm going, well, look, the quicker the better then at this point. I'm easy about it. It was an easy one to get my head round. I went, I'm lying in jail, I've lost my family, everybody's dead.
Had you lost your brother at this point?
No, he hadn't lost him at this point, but he's away back in Torquay and whatever, and he'd been up and down, don't get me wrong, and I'm like, no, I'm good to go. No, at this point. I'm ready. No, as ready as I'll ever be. And it's funny because there's no fear attached to it. And I'm saying, as I say, I'm human. No, I don't want to die. I'm pretty, and I'm pretty. As I say, a lot of stuff I do, I run on fear. Do you know what I mean? A lot of reactions I have are fear-based. I've learnt that about myself, and that's why they're so extreme.
So you'd released the fear.
And that's it, and
is that a relief?
And that's it, and some people that know me know that, to put me in fear is a bad, you'll be in a tight spot if you make me fearful of you, because I'll do something bad. You probably got more chances coming and wanting to give me a hug and then stabbing me silently through the back when I'm not looking. You know what I mean? And I'll be all right about that. But it's that's kind of where it is. But there was no fear attached to it. I thought, no, what? This is... No, I'm kind of ready anyway, at that point. I thought... And you're 10 years in now, being sick It's a long road. No, you're cooked, man.
How many days then were you expecting to die before?
They probably thought when we sat down with the specialist, no, he went, look, do you know, chances are that you could be here, chances are that, we can't tell you exactly, but, you're good to go to now, basically. You're good to go to now, and we would expect probably a few days once we've stopped the meds, once we've took all the meds away from you, and then once we just pump you up for something to keep you comfortable. It doesn't usually last much longer than that because your liver's then get nothing to do. So it just settles itself and then you just know, and it just checks out kind of thing. No, and when your liver checks out, the whole body just goes. The fact that my heart and that was gone as well, that when your heart's struggling, your whole body's just taking a down, So I was like, right, no, and as I say, I was all right about it. And funnily enough, no, it's weird, the next part of what takes place here is that somebody comes to visit me, and on the way out, they just stopped dead, and they turn round and they just go, and it's just matter-of-factly, and it's somebody that I've never really met before, that I don't really know, and just kind of matter-of-factly, they went, by the way, you're getting a transplant. And I'm like, at this point, I went, he's a brick, man. Know what I mean? Just stop talking about transplants. Stop talking about all the nonsense. Let me go, man, at this point. No, just keep all that for right? That's for the birds, that one. No, just leave us. No. But the way they said it, it kind of did impact me. And I thought, they sound as if they know what they're talking about, but they don't really know anything because they don't know me from Adam. So it just kind of went away as quick as it whatever. So, and the 12 o'clock news was on. And there had been a car accident, 4 people had passed away in a car accident. It was the only thing I picked up on the news. The only thing I didn't hear, about the president doing this, or the Queen doing that, or whoever done that, or whatever. There's one thing that I heard in that whole news section, news bulletin, and it was about a car crash that 4 people died in. And it was the only thing. And I fell asleep. And I woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning, and the lassie that was looking after me, it was a nurse called Cat, big heavy lassie, was looking after me, she was a crank big lassie. Oh, are you waiting, Gerry? But I'm obviously, I can't communicate, obviously, because I'm intubated, so I'm kind of nodding, and, oh, you ring me in that? And she just keeps doing what she's doing, and carrying on, so there's no fuss, there's no whatever. I had visions of people running and grabbing and this and that, and we'll take you down this corridor, and you've got to go in there quick, get them, this, that. There's none of that. There's just, you alright? Aye, everything alright. Messing about with machines and that, and then turns round just right out of the blue and goes, oh, by the way, here, there's an organ in. It looks as if it might be a match for you. And I'm like, huh? Right, no. When will we know? 8 o'clock came. They went, here, let's go. We're going. And I woke up at 1 o'clock. The next morning, I woke up at 1 o'clock, and I had one of the heated silver sheets and all that, orders. And I came to, and obviously I'm still on life support at this point. And I just feel different altogether. I just know my body's different. It feels different. It feels working. It feels as if it's putting graft in to get me somewhere. That's the kind of feeling that was got. And my body feels working. It's heavy, painful, but it felt working. I went, right, what's going on here? Within 4 hours, they took us off life support. I think it was within another 2 or 3, they had us off, they had us out of intensive care and had us into high dependency. So they did. My body just, that's the way it went. My body just started picking up speed as hours went on. picking up. No, they were giving me steroids, they were giving me this. There was loads of drugs involved and loads of pain, loads of morphine, 12 shots of morphine an hour and all that stuff. All polluted with morphine, and funnily enough, morphine wasn't touching me. And they changed it to tramadol and paracetamol, and that dealt with the pain. Funnily, people go, morphine's the strongest thing you can get. But certain things deal with certain pain. And once the pain management was seeing me, and then they start taking the tubes out, take that one out first, right, let's see how it's looking all right, it's no leaking, it's no, right, let's get that one out you, take that one out of your artery, let's get one start out your neck, keep one for, so I went for maybe about half a dozen tubes for all my body, just to my kind of central line coming out my neck for taking bloods, giving me drugs, whatever. But my body just, that's it. Started picking up. And I think it was about nearly 10 stone in weight lost in around about 3 months. Just all water, just all gunk. It was just all, the body was just hoarding because the liver can't do it and weight. And the liver's, apart from your skin, that's on the outside, but inside is the biggest organ in your body, your liver. And it's got about 500 different functions. And it's got to deal with, it's got to process toxins, it's got to keep the good stuff, it's got to get rid of the bad stuff, it's got to put stuff through bile ducts. And the only issue, funnily enough, talking about bile ducts, was my only issue after it. I went home, I'm back to prison, I went home, and my scar dehisced, but I've got a scar for here, just at the top of my, here, under my thing here, for there, to there, and then to there. Do you know what I mean? So it's massive. And then you've got all thingy. But a party opened and it caused a problem in my bile duct. And they repaired that. And funnily enough, I've had a few scares since. And that's held strong. Do you know? But the thing is that it came out of that car accident on the radio.
Gerry, when they stopped the medicine, how many days was it before you got the liver?
Oh, probably about 24 hours, maybe 36 hours, within about a day and a half. It was pretty much more or less that.
So for 36 hours, you were expecting to die?
Aye. So you're maybe talking a day or two, and then, as I say, somebody came in, I think it was on the second day. Aye, I think it was at 12 o'clock at night, so maybe 2.5 days, maybe 2 days, whatever. But see, the expecting to die thing, I'd been expecting that a long time. I said I was fine with it. It's just, you kind of know when your body's ready to go. It tells you. You know your body like anybody else, especially if you've been sick for all that time, your body kind of goes like that. When you're and I know that your mind and your body, your mind tells your body to do things and you've got movement and all that, but I think that's when your mind and body actually do kind of come to a point where they coexist and they actually tell each other, I'm done. Because you're done. And that's they kind of come together like that. Your mind just knows.
Okay, so you're in that mindset where your mind knows, you've accepted it, you've released your fear, you wake up, you've got a new liver, your body's now fighting to survive. How does your brain change from thinking I was ready to go, but now I'm not going? What's going through your head at that moment?
See, I think the first few days you're doped. You're doped to the max. And the issue is with steroids. So what's happening is at that point is you're kind of trippy in that with steroids and all the different medicines you're getting, because at the beginning of your transplant medications, you're like overloaded. Nowadays, I only take transplant medication, 4 times a day, 4 different times. But at that point in time, I think it's something like 10, 12, 15 tablets you're taking, including painkillers, so you've got like a pile of stuff. See, the stuff that they're giving you to start off with, when they're injecting into you or giving you through drips and that, it makes you that trippy kind of dreamy way, and I was having kind of bad dreams in that way as well. So I was having dreams that punters were trying to steal my liver and all that, right? Stuff like that, and going like, yeah, I'm not having this. No, I mean, that's kind of dreams I was having. So the fear factors kicks right back in. So you're new into that kind of protection mode. The brain just goes, bang, yeah, I don't know, I've got a chance here. And I'm the type of guy that if there's a chance gone, I'll grab it with both hands. So I'd went from being, I'm going to die shortly, to, yeah, wait a minute, this might be an option here. No, and I'm good at creating angles. I'm like, I better create some angles, man, to try and live here. Unfortunately, I don't need to create angles, the doctors have done that for me, but in my head, I'm like, I better get to it and get with a programme here and, put a bit of work in, kind of thing. But I did try and get up. I did try and, when they were coming into, right, we need you up, we need you walking, because they've got you up in a chair, like, sharp, in that high dependency and that. They're like, yeah, out the bed. Right, we don't lie about in here. Transplant patients, you're up, you're sat, and then physios come in, and you're up into the ward, and you're right. So they're like, can't you do in the ward? No. So I was going, I will try and put the work in. So I was trying to graft with them, and I was trying to kind of hang me, and it kind of starts to just kind of lights a fire again inside you. Basically kind of lights you up again, and you go, you know what, I've got a chance here.
How much was left on your sentence?
At that point, I was actually due out the following year. So I was, that didn't go too well. There was another 7 stretch added to that. So
what was that for?
Went down like a lead balloon.
What was that?
That was the cops had raided a stash and had linked it to me. In Knightswood, in Glasgow. So that was that, up in there. Bang, your head again. He'd been linked to that, and some stuff had been recovered. So.
And was it during that stretch that you lost your brother?
And aye, that was, so at that point, I think, if I remember right, that was like 6 years, 9 years, 4 years, that was 19, that was 19, it was another 3, that was 21, it was another 7 added to that was 28,
How did you receive the news about your brother?
Funnily enough, they actually took 3 weeks to tell me about my brother. No, they did. Actually, a minister came in one day and went, oh, is your brother such and such now? Oh, he's died in Torby Hospital. I'm like, when? Oh, it's took us. I says, I don't care what anybody. And funnily enough, I don't know why I didn't actually kick off about it, because usually I'd have kicked right off about something like that. I says, what I don't find hard to understand is that yous are saying that yous couldn't locate me, yet my brother has been co-accusing me. He's used my name. He's faked my name. He cops and all that. He's linked to me in a million different ways. And it's took you 3 weeks to find out who I'm a. I went, I don't really believe that. I says, I kind of believe more that you just didn't bother taking, you just took your time and just. I says, that's kind of how it went. It looks as if it's went down. I says, but if that is how it's went down, no, don't come in and send a minister up with the news. Come up and do it yourself. But nobody wanted to come and tell me that, apart from the minister. So they must have kind of knew and went, this is going to cause a. No, so let's fire a minister in. So he came up and he told me, once again, I'm like, man, come on. No, what's happening here?
Had he took his own life, did you say?
No, what he done was that he overdosed. And the people that were with him didn't get him help. So but I only found that out just in the last year or two. I never ever knew that. what they told me, that he died in Torbay Hospital with complications, right, relating to and whatever. So I was kind of led to believe that he was in for I thought he'd been in for an operation, and I couldn't ever get the details, and they were saying that they weren't releasing it and blah, and because he had a girlfriend and this and that and the next thing, and a lot of nonsense. And I kind of knew it was a lot of nonsense, but I didn't really want to admit it in case. At that point, I was kind of getting to that point as well where when that happened, I was kind of thinking, do you know what, I've kind of getting done with the nick as well. Do you know, well, now it's like 2015 or something like that, and I'm like, do you know, I need to get, I was supposed to get to 2023 before I was released. Do you know, so what would have happened is that would have been 26 years nearly. It would have been 25 and a half years that I'd spent in prison. And funnily enough, nothing to do with me. They were doing admin work, and so every now and again they go through admin work and they check all the details of people's warrants for keeping them in custody, blah 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 blah. And what they done was they went through mine and they realised that somebody somewhere along the line had sentenced me to 3 years more than what I should have, and added it on as a different section of whatever law it is. And instead of a section 16, it should have been a section 17. So they came back and went, by the way, well, we've just tippled. This is a 3-year sentence that you should never have had. But I hadn't served it at that point anyway. So I was lucky. No, I could have served it, and then they could have went like, at the end, oh, we've made a mistake. No, so I hadn't served it yet. So when they done that, it actually only left me with something like 10 weeks or something left of the sentence, and the COVID kicked in, and then they came in one Tuesday and went like, the parole board have released you and gave you 6 weeks parole. I went, that was nice of them.
What year was that?
No, that was 2020.
2020.
I went, oh aye, 26 weeks parole. I went, off, no, I was hoping for 6 stretch parole. Know what I mean? No 6 weeks. I wouldn't have done six stretch parole. I'd have broke that anyway. No, so 6 weeks was good enough for me. I came 6 weeks. No, blew through that. No, anything else, man. I'd have tried 7, man. I'd have probably been back to the night. No, so that's the way kind of was gone for me. So
what was it like returning to society?
It was weird. Weird. Horrible weird.
In what way?
Just, man, my head was all over the place, man, and I just couldn't get to grips with it, Sean, at all.
Who were you living with?
What they done was they put me into a place. They put me into a place for parolees, so I had to stay there for six weeks. Do you know? Once again, I kind of exploited the situation because I was allowed out. You were allowed to stay out. Nah, so I was going like that to them, listen, well, if you're allowed to stay out, I'm staying in hotels 4 nights a week. Know what I mean? And they were going, where's the money coming for? No. And I went, doesn't matter where the money's coming for. Know what I mean? My missus is paying for it. I'm staying out 4 nights a week. I'm not living in here 7 days a week. So they were a wee bit peeved about it. But I was like, well, listen, that's the way it is. So really I only spent the best part of a few weeks in there. But right away, as I say, my head was busting. Know what I mean? So my head was busting. And I didn't know how to deal with it. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know, I didn't know nothing about how to get forums done. I didn't know about how to get doctors. I didn't know nothing like that. All I knew was that my head was baked, and for there onto that, it was just back on the gear.
Back on the gear?
Aye.
With your new liver?
Aye. Back on the gear. Disrespect, man. Total disrespect to somebody that's died to save you. No, that's the power of addiction. Do you know that? That's the power of being. That's the power of what it can do to you. That you can actually go like that. Somebody's died selflessly, right? Now, they weren't caring who that liver went to, right? People were going like that to me, off, man. You know what I mean? Somebody's done somebody in getting a liver and all that, man. You've won a watch. I went, that guy didn't that guy didn't, no, he didn't use liver or, no, do you know, with a narrative saying, by the way, make sure this only goes to a guy who's not got any previous convictions. I mean, it doesn't work like that. I says, maybe that liver wouldn't have matched anybody else apart from me. Right? So what do they do? Go, oh, don't give him it, we'll throw it in the bin. Because he's a murderer and some poor guy's donated. I say, that's not how transplants work. Use your napper. Know what I mean? I says, but that's the power of community there and your heat bursting and whatever, and I thought that was a good idea. I thought that was quite smart and quite bright of me to do that, do you know, and got myself just a major sore head again.
So you're self-medicating, you've been through so much has happened. Are you out of the mix now in terms of the violence and that kind of thing? Are you just using and staying low key, or are you still getting into conflict?
Nah, there was a couple of situations where that weren't too bad, really. But just before I kind of sobered up and cleaned up, there was a few situations that were pretty bad. And I knew at that point that I had got myself to a point where I don't know, I went into a guy's house. And there's gear in the house, obviously, and there's stuff in the house anyway. There's a couple of these in the house, and suddenly I decide that there's a big chunky the gear missing. Nobody's leaving until it gets returned. You know, one guy he's went like, I'm leaving. No, you're no thing mean me and that. And I says, well, leave. You know, and I guarantee before you get to the door here, right, something's going to happen to you. But the thing was that this other poor guy, man, he went to the toilet and came back. He went to the toilet and I came back. I started getting into my head thinking about it. And I went up to that toilet in there. Know what I mean? So, you know, you stashing gear, what you doing, blah, blah. I'm not doing nothing. You know, and she's, guy got tortured for 2 hours. So he did. And he's one of the toughest customers I've ever met in my life, right? How that guy went through that without, right? See, looking back, I believe he's going to be one of the toughest people I've ever met in my life, right? He didn't make a sound. He didn't, and the things, do you know, he really got put through the mill, this guy. Do you know, and I know how to do that to people. Do you know what I mean? No, and I just know because I'm just bad sometimes, especially when it's around about that stuff. And still, do you know, and then I phoned somebody up and went, bring his black bags, I need black bags, no, and at that point somebody else phoned a relative and went, you better get up there. He's talking about getting black bags and all that and whatever, and somebody's turned up and what's going on? This poor guy's, do you know, no, come on, you need to let him go, you need to thing me. Well, user in, no, he'll be getting paid or whatever anyway. The end result is I'm on my way down anyway, and I've been down into another house. I went, that's thing me's missing. And they went, what are you talking about, you? Passed that to somebody, you passed that on to somebody else. Whatever, the day before. Or I went, what? You passed that on to somebody else? The exact same amount that you're saying's missing? I went, no, aye. My heat was wasted. I had to go to that guy's door and chappie's door, and you should have seen the state of this guy, man. It was terrible, man. And I had to go like, mate, I'm sorry. I've made a mistake. He's kind of looking as if they go, what? No, even if a cheek to chappie's door and say sorry to him. No. But that guy's in that kind of madness as well. So he's now exploiting the situation where he's thinking, right, okay, I can get a turn out of this now because I'll need to get squared up now for the issues that I've been put through. No, so everybody is exploiting everybody else. You know, it doesn't matter who's on the receiving end or who's on the or who's on the giving end. It makes no difference. Everybody is exploiting somebody else, and it just keeps going and going and going and going and going. You know, whether you're in the middle of it, whether you're at the top of it, whether you're at the end of it, everybody's getting angled at some way, shape or form. And it's crazy to look at it that way, but that's the way that world is. That's the way that world is. Everybody is just in it for themselves, and it doesn't matter if you're getting hurted. If you're getting hurted, you're wanting paid. If you've been wronged, especially if you've been wronged without any evidence, he's got a great case for. No, like, really pushing about it. No, it's not just like, I want paid. It's like, I really want paid now. No, because you really rang. No, you didn't even, it's not even as if it was like half of it was missing and you, no, it was for nothing. No, it was my head doing a job on me, thinking, right, and no taking care of.
And is that what caused you to stop?
A business. And it was at that point in time, there had been another couple of issues, and there was an issue where I had been, you know, and I had been stabbed a load of times as well, you know. One of the kind of main issues that kind of made me think is that I was in a house and a guy came into the house. Tell a lie, I was somewhere else and a guy approached me, and another guy I was with, another person I was with, and he was talking about getting stuff and that. And then he told us he was homeless. And I was looking at his trainers, and I was looking at his shorts and that, and he had a rucksack and his trainers and that, and I was looking at his trainers. He went, I've been homeless for 5 years and that, right? And I've looked at him. I went, there's no way in the world has this guy been homeless for 5 years, right? I went, this guy, there's something not right about this guy, right? But that shows you where my head was at. Any other time I would have been on that. I'd have been like, this is saying me, he's producing money, so he is, and whatnot, blah, blah, blah. So I've went like him, take him to a house in a place called Ridley. I went take him up to that house, know what I mean? I says, take him up there, I says, and we'll see what he's got. No, we'll see what we can do for him, we'll see what money we can get him. Aye, no bother, a rucksack, no, so stuck him in a taxi, headed him up to this place, he's up in this place. I only want to talk to Gerry, I don't want to deal with anybody else. He's refusing to talk to anybody, he's only wanting to deal with me directly. I went, I'll come up, know what I mean? I went away up anyway, so they're way up there and we're all taking gear and whatnot and whatever, and I'm like, listen, you can anchor here now until such times as thing me. Aye, no bother on that. And then a lassie that was in the house has nudged me and says, Gerry's put something under the seat behind you. I went, what? She went, he's put something under the seat behind you. I'd seen him taking out his bag here. I went, right. I went, did you see what it was? She went, no. I went, right, all right. Do you know, so I had another guy there, do you know, and I went, grab him. You know what I mean? I went and see what he's all about, you know what I mean? He's grabbed him from where he was and pulled him away from where this lassie had said he had done this. And it's my seat's there. He's there, no sitting behind me. Do you know what I mean? And the minute it's happened, I've went, grab him away from there, and they've grabbed him away from there, do you know what I mean? And I've kind of thing me off the seat, and I've went round. And I don't know what I was expecting. I don't know if I was expecting it to be something to like a cop issue, or like it might have been a police or whatever, because I had checked his sannies and whatever. That's no issue, you know what I mean? What it is a firearm. And it's all ready cocked and got one in the chamber ready to go. And he's put it under the seat behind me. And I went, what's that for, mate? He went, oh, look, I just put it there, blah, 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 blah. And my cousin went, he was going to stick one in your head there. That's what he was going to do. You know what I mean? He was just going to off you in this house and then do whatever he was doing. No. I went, where are you from? He went, Oban. I went, you're in Glasgow. I went, get him out of the house. No. So if you've got him out of the house, the next thing he phoned for a hotel. Hey, listen, look, can we talk about this? Blah, blah, blah. I'm in a hotel. I went, you're doing all right for somebody that's homeless, mate. What hotel are you in? I went, yeah, you've got to be kidding. You want me to come and meet you at a hotel? You crazy? Know what I mean? I went, listen, here, you're lucky you got here alive after doing that. Right? I says, I've done you a turn getting you through that house. They wanted to kill you in that house. So Oban would you'd never go to Oban again. The only reason I didn't want anything into that house was because there was already issues with what was going on. I says, you'd have got kept in there. I says, you wouldn't have got back out of there doing that. Know what I mean? I says, so don't come back to this area. I says, and don't, I says, whoever it is that you're talking to, whoever it is that's asked you to come here or whatever, I don't know your story. I says, just don't come back. And it was at that point that I went, no, what? I'll need to go home. I can't. Because I was out just running wild in relatives' houses and my own houses, in my own house, whatever. And my missus was sitting up the road, devastated. Like for 7 months I was out there. I'd left one day and 7 months later I was still, and I didn't have a pick on me, man. I wasn't eating, man. I had no weight on me. I had nothing, no, and I was getting in none of the situations that were coming my way. Eventually somebody would have offed me, you know what I mean? Or, you know, or I would have done it to somebody else, or something crazy would have happened. How I got through that 7 months without going to jail, without killing somebody, without, you know, I don't know how that happened. No, but it was like, and then I got barred out of the area completely. They jumped on us. And I went into a place down at Thingme. And it was the housing and the council and the cops and they went, don't ever come into the area again, we'll arrest you. No, so actually they actively barred me out of a full area in Glasgow and went, don't ever come in there again. The amount of trouble that you've managed to cause in the space of, I went, I've not caused any trouble. They went, no, right. So you think what we're told's different? No, and I'm kind of going like that. Well, do you know what? They went, we don't need to prove anything. We stay out the area, we're going to nick you. No, you're a pest. And that's kind of what I was like. Do you know, I was like kind of plague a locust when I hit some places. I've came across, no, I've just went like that and just sucked the life out of them. Sucked the life out of everything in it, everybody in it. No, for what I could get, for what I could gain. And sometimes it wasn't for, you know, there wasn't a lot to gain.
So what made you stop?
No, and that kind of, when that kind of happened, and then I took no well, and that was the kind of real end of it. What happened was that I went, something's going to happen, blah blah, that had happened, and there was things like that, and I took no well. I had sepsis, and I've already had sepsis in 2018. And I lost part of my lung. And see, I think a lot of people looking at me, Sean, a lot of people looking at me kind of, I think a lot of people looking at me go like that to themselves, and they think I'm quite, you know, he's not too bad. He doesn't look as if he's been through the mill too much. What a lot of people don't realise about me is that I have had a liver transplant. Do you know, I've got diabetes, I've got sleep apnea, I've got esophagus varices, I've got no nerves down the inside of my leg and on part of my foot. Do you know what I mean? I've got chronic pain in this leg. I've got a degenerative spinal disorder, right? With the amount of other stuff that's took place. No, just my my health record in cell's deplorable. And then people go, you look all right. I go, that might be the case. No, that's deceiving. But you don't have to get up every morning, right, and swallow painkillers and take medicines and do this and do that and try and get yourself moving and all the things that comes with a day. And some of it's quite hard going. And do you know, chronologically, we're all a certain age. Do you know, that's just fact. We're all, chronologically speaking, we're all a certain age, right? And people go, you're only as old as you feel, right? And that's true, because I feel about 175, right? That's the truth behind that. That's what it's like for me. No, I get a heavy beating every day, but you know what? After the stint in hospital that I done, and I'm like, every time I go to do anything out of place now, like use or take anything that I shouldn't be taking or whatever, I'm sick in the time. And it's things like sepsis that start to, do you know, and funnily enough, I'm saying that, what I didn't mention there is I got a part in my lung, an Oz did, with the last bout of sepsis. So I'm like, I can't afford to get the cold. I don't even have any immune system because of a transplant. So the thing is with that is when you don't have any immune system, you're open to everything known to man. But my immune system has to get conned into thinking that this is my organ, otherwise it tries to kill it. So by doing that, they need to lower the immune system. The body thinks that it's mine. If they don't, they let the immune system goes up. It goes, that's a foreign object, kill that. It treats me like a disease. So you're in the kind of that grey area where if you get a cold, it's like for 6 weeks and all that and whatever. And it's all that kind of stuff. And that's all right. That's all right. I'm willing to live with that and I'm willing to keep on top of that. But
so I
don't need to add to it.
Would you say that it's nature then, through your health, and then restoring your health, getting the liver, and then what has happened afterwards is you went back to, it's almost like nature was trying to teach you a lesson. You got sick, you were almost dead, but then it brought you back from the brink with the liver, but then you went back to the lifestyle and you got sick again.
Well, that's right, aye. And do you know what's something else? I think I said this to you already before, Sean. Sometimes I think I done a deal with the devil, man, and had to give my family up to survive. It's rough. And it's no good to feel like that. No, it's no good. And I know that it's no true. Do you know, I know that life doesn't work like that. But that's what it feels like. Sometimes I go like, I myself, do you know what? If I've been kept alive and I've had to let all them go, so is it. And if I could go like that today, listen, right, let me go today and bring them back, I would have no hesitation. I've got no fear of behind that. I've got nothing behind that. I'd say, do you know what? See, if you want to take me today and bring them back, I'm good. But what I know is it doesn't matter if I'm took today and they're brought back or I'm staying here and they're not here. I'm never going to ever get to bypass them again and see them again either way. It doesn't kind of work like that. Do you know? And I'm like, and people go like that, that's not the case. Do you know? And it's not the case. What is the case is I've got a responsibility towards somebody that gave me an organ. And going out there and how it's managed to stay strong. And it's the only thing, at all the times I've been sick, all the things that's took place and all the times I've been sick and all the daft things that have happened, do you know what? It's stayed strong all the time and it's never gave up and it's never showed signs of weakening. It's never showed. The doctors are like that. You know what I mean? Actually, last time I was with the doctors, he went like, me, Gerry, he says, you're in the best shape you've ever been in. And I'm like, I'm 12 years in for a liver transplant nearly. No?
Wow. What about your responsibility to the family you have now?
And my responsibility, I mean, to the family I have now as well, do you know, I can't just keep turning people on and whatever, do you know, and it doesn't work like that. People eventually go like that. Look, and it's not only the family that I have now and the people that I love now, do you know, there's people that I work with in recovery and stuff like that, do you know, and they kind of depend on me, and there's people that... and sometimes I go like myself, and my missus does that, and she goes like, what's going on, Nora? How have you ended up with all these people on thing me? Somehow I've ended up with like 7,000 or 8,000 followers on, right? And she's like, where do all these people come from? And I went, I don't know, but what I do know is there's a big percentage of them it's people that's in recovery and all that. And what I try and do is I try to put stuff up there, and I try to put stuff out there. Do you know, and people go like, Gerry, you're an inspiration, Gerry, you're this, you're this and that. But do you know what? I'm great at giving information out, and I'm great at giving advice out, right, to everybody else. I'm not too hot at giving it to myself, Sean. That's the truth of the matter. Some of the advice I give out to some of these people, I need to start giving to myself, because I find myself still with a sore head sometimes. But I don't care what anybody says. People talk about having the desire to... See, for me, I don't... Here's something I'm going to tell you. Oh, sorry. Here's something I'm going to tell you, right? And this is a God's honest truth, right? I don't care if it offends anybody that's in recovery. I'm not interested about offending people. Do you know what? See, if I've said anything tonight in this podcast, right, it offends anybody, right, I won't apologise to them for it. And I won't do it for one reason. Because see, if I've offended them, it means that they've heard what I'm saying to them, right? See, if it just flies by their ears, then it just flies by their ears, right? But too many people say, I'm in recovery, I hate drugs now, right? And I'm good with that. Let them carry on. Listen, anybody wants to recover, I don't care how they recover. I don't care if they 12-step program. I don't care if they go to cafes. I don't care if they date with their own free will. I don't care at all, as long as they're out there surviving and they're not dying out there, right? But they can, as I say, they can turn around and they can go like that, you know, I'm recovered, or I'm recovering, right? And I hate drugs now. That's fine. I don't recover. I recover because I love drugs too much. That's my problem. And I realised that just no long ago. My problem's no hating drugs. My problem is loving drugs. That's where my problems come in. So in order for me to recover, I've got to know how to combat loving drugs, instead of going like that, well, I hate them, so it's quite kind of easy to make that decision. If you hate something, you don't want to go near it. It's a bit harder when you love something so much. And I love drugs. That's just fact. But it doesn't make me any less susceptible to recovery than the next person. It doesn't put me in a weaker position than anybody. It doesn't, it doesn't do nothing, because deep down, I know what needs to be done in order for me to survive. And the median life expectancy for somebody at my age with a transplant at 40-year-olds probably just about 20 years, maybe a wee bit longer, right? That's at that point in time. So I kind of depend on medicine, technology and stuff like that, maybe to get me a bit more, right? But I'll tell you what, see if I only got 20 years out it, right? It's 20 years I wouldn't have ever had, right? Because I would have been dead at 40, and I'm 52 now, and I'm all right about it, and if I get to 62 or 72 or whatever, fair dues. It might only be my brain that's working at that point. No, my body might have just broke down by that point. No, but
You've explained really well how you went from hurting people to helping people and how you turned your mindset around. Earlier on, you said, when that person died, you were at a point in your life where, you were defending your actions and all that stuff, and you were justifying it. But then later on came a point where you did reflect on that.
I mean, the fact of the matter is, I don't... Violence in general, some of the stuff I've done carries on your shoulders. It's quite a burden, and a lot of people don't realise how much a burden it is when you've got somebody's life on your shoulders, and you think about it every day, and especially the circumstances here, I know that were so silly, so senseless, so pointless, that guy never ever had to die. He didn't have to die. Do you know what I mean? It didn't have to happen, and I didn't have to do more jail for it, but it did happen, and I need to acknowledge that fact that it happened, and I need to acknowledge that fact that it happened at my hand, and I need to acknowledge that fact that just like carrying the burden is somebody that gave me a liver, right? To save me, I've got to carry the burden of taking somebody else's life away from them, right? And they might look and go, "Oh, Gerry, you don't, blah, blah, blah," and all that. No, you're easy going and all that. And they think, and a lot of people, they think that. A lot of people look at me or know me or think they know me, and they go like that. Gerry just carries on and pushes through, and he couldn't care less. No, I mean, he's just hardcore. I'm not as hardcore as what people think. I used to think I didn't feel anything. I used to think that I was different for people. How do I not feel? How somebody dies? How am I not upset when somebody dies? How am I not? Just at that time and at that point in time, wasn't the right time to feel? Wasn't the right time for grief? Wasn't the right time for reflection? And wasn't the right time to deal with it? You deal with things at the wrong time, they go wrong. That's my experience, And it's probably time to deal with that guy's death the same as I deal with anything else today, is to put a wee bit of work in round about it and be doing something like this. Let his family know that it was senseless and that I'm sorry, that I didn't ever set out to harm anybody that night. It took place, wires were crossed, and unfortunately, he became a victim, another victim of mine. And there's loads of them. One form or other. A lot of them are violence. A lot of them are, just some of them are just victims of things that I've said to them that have been horrible. And the fact of the matter is that that's the way I'm. That's the way I operated. That's the way life was for me, and that's the way I thought things had to be done, because I'm hardwired like that. Very much so. I'm hardwired like that. And I've realised that when you're hardwired, you leave it like that. You don't cut them, right? You don't try and disconnect them. You don't try and do that. That just puts me in a position where I'm going to be very, very vulnerable, and I'm going to leave my cell open to whatever. Being hardwired to something means that I need to acknowledge that I'm like that. And when I can acknowledge it, I can put graft in. And I can go, do you know what? No, I can get honest about it now. And being honest about things round about, especially death, is that, it doesn't sit well with me. And, and I've said a million prayers for that family, and a million prayers for that guy. And I'll probably say another million No, I'll never, ever, do you know, he's part of me now. Do you know, it was for that night on, do you know, and in a way I kind of need to carry his memory as well. And people might not acknowledge that as such, and what sounds weird, but it's no weird for me not to carry that in my kind of memory and go, you know, I could physically can't be here, but at least try and give spirit a bit of, no, a wee bit of, no, bit of care and a bit of attention. No, I don't know, do you know, if that works like, do you know, but what I do need to do is that, do you know, I need to light my own spirit as well. I can't help anybody. It's pointless me. See, if I don't get myself into the right frame of mind, if I'm knowing I was like this for a few weeks there, right? I was in a right bad spot, right? I was in a right bad spot, and I was that much, right, away from just letting it go altogether, right? I was tinkering right on the edge of just absolutely just going full blown relapse. Let's go back to whatever, right, and let's get to it, right? I was in a dark spot, right? But everybody gets dark spots, everybody gets dry spells, right? And I kind of sitting feeling sorry for myself. And I thought, how do I get out of this? Because my option is, if I don't get out, I'll die. I can't go back out there. I'll die out there. I'll perish out there on that pavement, right? Either at somebody's hand or at my own, right? That's what will happen to me. So I kind of had to sit there and go like that. Do you know what? How do I combat this? Do you know, how do I deal with this? And you deal with it by doing the right things, and you deal with it by getting honest. No. And I'm not an honest person as a rule. Never have been, do you know? And funnily enough, we were laughing, you know, and my missus is, she's, you know, and I was annoying, and I was going, I'm going to mention you and all that, and blah, blah, and she's like, keep me out it. No, I mean, and then she went, in fact, you should be mentioning me, the amount of fucking stuff you put me through, blah, blah, blah. I went, but I was having a thing with her the other day, and that's what I was saying to her, and we were talking about thing, mate, and I think I told you earlier on, and I went, I'm not a liar, I'm just a denier. And she's like, what? And you can dress it up whatever way you want it. No, but the fact of the matter is that, you know, lies are lies. You know, what it comes in forms of deniability, or what is just pure blatant, right to your face. I didn't do it. No, it's nothing to do with me.
How many years you been together?
Oh, well, we've known each other for school.
I thought you said that earlier.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and I've always said this, I'm scared of anybody in Scotland. There's nobody, do you know, I'll have a fight with anybody. Do you know, I'll fight with anybody. There's nobody that really instills fear into me. But she can. And I'm like, but you know what? The boot's on the neck, and sometimes it needs to be for me. Sometimes I need to be watched. And I'm one of the dafties that wants to kind of took Gerry and all that and whatever, and after I've damaged the whole world, I'm like, oh, I need took Gerry. She's like, took Gerry? What is it? What's wrong with you? Know what I mean? But, do you know, I just want to be loved with somebody as well and cared for and whatever. Do you know, it's a lot of stuff I never ever got in prisons and all that and whatever, and I need to acknowledge that about myself as well, that sometimes I give myself a tough time.
Yeah, she definitely deserves a shout out after everything that's happened.
I mean, that is. Aye, and then talking about, you know, and lies and this and that and whatever. And you just get to realise that, see, some of it's pointless.
Gerry, this is one of the most powerful podcasts we've ever done. And I really appreciate your honesty. We've sat here for almost 5 hours.
Yes.
And it's gone like that.
5 years?
Yeah, because your story is mesmerising. You've made us laugh. You've made us cry. the things you went through as a young person. We could see what the trajectory you were on, and it was kind of like inevitable that some things were going to happen in your life. And then when you took us on your deathbed, I don't think I've ever spoke to anyone. We've never interviewed anybody who's been on their deathbed, about to go, and then a miracle happens. I mean, this is just, honestly, I've never heard anything like this before in my life. So you said that people can follow you on the internet. How can they do that? And we'll include those links with the video.
I mean, if anybody wants to follow me on Facebook or anything like that, you know, just stick I think they can just hit the button, you know, just put my name in it.
Because some people just listen to it on the audio platform. So what's your Facebook name?
There's actually two. There's one it's Gerry Rowatt Jr. And then there's one it's there's Gerry Rowatt's Come Together Comedy Club.
Let me spell it for him. GERRYROWATT.
That's it.
So there's Junior and then there's Comedy Club, two Facebook pages.
That's it. There's two Facebook pages. You know, the Comedy Club one's kind of more based around recovery stuff, and I'm saying that both of them have now become that kind of stuff. But there's personal stuff as well on Thingy. But anybody wants to follow that, anybody wants to throw any nonsense my way, you know, I don't mind either way, you know. But
I imagine you're gonna have a few people contacting you after this.
I don't. What I would, you know, as I say, it's been a privilege for me, you know, and as we said, you know, the missus probably watching you and going, here, where do you get that tap feed? You know, I've had to get your top off you. Do you know what I mean? We've been caught in the rain twice. I've got myself caught in the rain.
We tried to do it online 3 times.
Man, we've tried to. So we've really went through it. You know, we've had 3 times online. Then we've went back to live stuff. Then got caught in the rain twice. No, missed the address. Do you know what I mean?
It's like fate keeps intervening in your life, and it's brought you here today. And the way we've done it today does justice to your story.
But we've got here, and I want to thank you for a lovely dinner, do you know, and thank the guys that have sat, I know they've sat patient, do you know, the guys doing the camera and the sound as well, do you know, they're doing a sterling job in the background. So thanks very much.
We've never
guys.
laughed so much as that one story with the guy who thought he was
You can always leave you with the story of Tony, do you know, but the privilege is mine. And as I say again, do you know, we Chris at Tinpale TV. No,
shout out to Chris. His link's in the description. Please subscribe to Chris. And speaking of food, Jen's put a little note on the door saying she's ordered some Indian food for us now. So.
Oh no! Right, okay. So,
viewers, let us know in the comments what you thought about this. You'd have to be an animal not to experience the emotional ups and downs we've all sat here and experienced today. And I can tell that Gerry's got tons more prison stories from his many, many years. Would love to get him back on. Let us know in the comments if you would like that. We're going to be seeing him in person on April 1st in Glasgow at the Michael Francis event. Come along to that as well too if you get a chance. Link in the description box. Give me a hug, brother. Wow.
Oh man, wow. 5 years.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, brilliant, mate.
Well,
Thanks very much.
Yeah.
I kill you! Yeah! A knife and a kosh and all that, like, yeah! And he's looking at me, and we went white, and there he was gone, like.
What is it about a tough guy that fascinates us?
Imagine I'm hearing that, I'm thinking I'm not going down today. If I go down today, I'm dead.
We're bringing you the very best of our interviews with Britain's hardest men.
They made the mistake of bringing billy clubs, iron bars and knives to a gunfight.
No Rules Fighter Bash, Stephen the Devil French, and my best friend, Wild Man. Over 2 hours of terrifying tales of punch-ups, stabbings.
That's what happens in that world. You leave people long enough, they get enough rope to hang themselves.
Attempted murders and exceptional all-round hardness. This film is available to rent or own on Amazon or Vimeo. Plus, the first 30 customers to order this film get a 30% discount on any Vimeo order. Click the link below to see if you're one of the lucky ones. This film will drop your jaw like a punch from the Hardman we talked to, so why not order your copy today?